Hello, everyone. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. Hi, Sarah Bellum. Hi, Ryan. The picture reminds me of Rivendell. I I genuinely don't know if it is or it isn't. I literally googled Italian mansion cliffside sunset. So I don't know. And I set the settings to be uh license free images that you can use. So it might be. I don't think it's Rivendell, but you're right, it does. And I hadn't seen that. Oh, lurking. Oh, yeah, that's a long recovery. Hi, Nightwolf. Take good care of your little monster. So, we are starting a brand new book by a new author. One of three by Blanka Lipinska. I genuinely hope I am saying her name right. My apologies if I am not. I thought this was originally published in Spanish. I think it may have originally been published in Polish because the author is Polish, but so let's just, for anyone that missed it last week, let's go over the back cover so we know what we're in for, because this is blind. I have not read this book. I know that there are movies. I have not seen them. I have no intention of seeing them until after we're finished reading all of the books, because I don't know if they, move something from the second book into the first movie and it'll spoil something. I'm also very adamant, no spoilers. If you have read these, if you know the story, do not give anything away in the chat. I said I would do this blind, even though I am regretting that decision right now, but I am going to stick by it. So, and please do heed our warning card. Okay, this book is being read 100% blind, but we do know that it contains violence and sexual scenes, so you've been warned. Oh, Nightwolf, that sucks. I had the same. Meat is not a good idea right now. But yeah, I had to be in the hospital and have actual anesthesia and everything. It was an ordeal. But this is what the back cover of this book says. So this is what we're in for. The deeply wait, let me put on my late night after hours. I'm advertising for a 900 number voice. The deeply sexy and romantic international best-selling novel that inspired the blockbuster Netflix movie. I'm sorry, can something be both blockbuster and Netflix? The definition of blockbuster is that you are the big summer movie, which means a theater release. That's why people are panicking over Netflix buying Warner Brothers and HBO, because they don't do theater releases, and the titles they would have ownership of are like freaking big blockbuster movies that if you just drop them on streaming, you're leaving literally hundreds of millions of dollars on the table. So either Netflix plans to get into theatrical releases or they're really dumb. I'm not sure which. But Paramount's putting money up too, so we'll see who wins in that one. Laura Bial and her boyfriend and two friends are on a dream vacation in beautiful Sicily. On the second day of their trip, her 29th birthday, she is kidnapped. Her kidnapper is none other than the head of the powerful Sicilian crime family, the incredibly handsome young Don Massimo Torricelli. Isn't that Vin Diesel's character name from Fast and the Furious? Who is determined he will possess this woman at all costs. Massimo has his reasons. After an earlier attempt on his life, he almost died. And during this crisis, a vision appeared before his eyes. A beautiful woman, identical to Laura. Wait, is it Laura or Laurel? Okay, it's Laura. For some reason, my brain was going Laurel. I'm probably going to make that mistake again. He survived that attack, vowing to himself he would find the woman he had seen while near death and make her his own, no matter what. For 365 days, hence the title, Massimo will keep Laura captive in his palatial estate and attempt to win her heart. If she doesn't fall in love with him during this time, he'll let her go. But if she tries to escape at any point, he will track down and kill her entire family. This is such a great basis to start a relationship. How is any part of this book going to be consensual? Like, how? When this is where you're starting. And also, dude, okay, you saw the girl from your vision. How do you start with, I'm gonna kidnap her? How about you walk up and say hi? Soon, Laura develops a fascination with her handsome and powerful captor. That would be called Stockholm Syndrome. But as a precarious, risky relationship forms between them, forces outside their control threaten to tear them apart. I swear to God, that last line is on the back of one of the 50 Shades books. I swear to God. And then we have a blurb about the author. Blanka Lipinska is one of the most popular authors and influential women in Poland. She's an author out of desire rather than necessity and writes for fun instead of money. Bullshit. She loves tattoos, values truthfulness, and treasures altruism. Annoyed with people's lack of openness about sex, she took it upon herself to start a discussion about the many sides of love. She likes to say that talking about sex is as easy as preparing dinner. She strikes me as being not terribly bright. I'm sorry I'm being mean to a real person, but that blurb makes her sound like the biggest moronic twit ever. It's minus 27. It's minus 15 here now, but there is, I did get a warning on my phone like an hour ago. It's supposed to go like 10 degrees down overnight. And hubby home all week, canceled school now, massive migraine from changing weather. Oh no. That's okay, Sarah Willem. None of us are responsible for our comments here. We all know this. Theater attendance has definitely changed. 100%, but it's not fully dead yet. It's getting there. I mean, within our lifetimes, I think we will see the end of movie theaters. There's actually a lot of rape love stories, even cheesy WB shows, and 100-year-old hypnotizes something. I'm sure there are. And there are definitely some TV shows I can point at in terms of like, you know, you didn't think the consent part all the way through. I mean, even Buffy, late season, either season 6 or season 7, it might have been the final season. But the whole Buffy Spike thing, even they had an episode where, let's just say Spike was less than a gentleman. You know, and I was always, he never really got like a true comeuppance for that. Oh, that's in Vampire Diaries? Okay, I never watched that. I think that was the one I didn't watch. Because I watched the one that had Anna Paquin in it, but I only watched like the first like 5 episodes because it sucked. You know, they were too cheesy for me. That was season 5, but she was stronger, and he got his soul back after that. It's true. Yeah, no, those shows were terrible. But for now, as always, oh, what did I just click? Don't be clicking on settings and things and don't and ugh. But for now, as always, because some traditions demand to live on, even though we have retired the 50 Shades tie because it's the 50 Shades tie. I can't wear it for another book. So I'm hoping there's some kind of clothing reference in this book that I can turn into something. Whether it's another tie, bracelet, a hat, something. So if you get any ideas while we're listening in on this, please shout them in the chat. But for now, all rise for our national anthem.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes, please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week, or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Alrighty then. Hello, everyone. Welcome here. All right, we got our new book. I got the chapter markers in. It has 21 chapters. They're not uniformly spaced, so the number of chapters will change week to week. I'm hoping we get through chapter 1 and 2. I'm not sure of the read speed of this yet because it is a new book, so somewhat flexible. We'll see how it goes. But first things first, of course, we must always introduce our wonderful pantheon of ducks. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Sasha, Bartholomew, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with two B's, Eloise, Pongo, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Jeeves, Alan Tudyk, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Destiel, Cicero, and Phoebe Halliwell. Those are our current ducks. We do have other ducks available. We have exactly 10 ducks left. And there's almost like 10 days till Christmas, so kind of a thing there. Where is the puppy? The puppy is under his puppy bed being warm. I've been getting complained at all day because it's cold. I'm sure he will put in an appearance. Oh, I can actually see his head. He's got his nose and one of his eyes poking out to stare at me. But he looks pretty warm and cozy under there, so I don't think he's coming out anytime soon. He objects to winter. He thinks it's trying to kill him. Yeah, he's closing his eyes and ignoring me. That probably means he'll be up here in like 5 minutes. But we have 10 ducks left, exactly. Link to the PayPal should be in the top. It definitely helps me with things like groceries and keeping the lights on. I have painted ducks. Give me a second. I'm getting to them. We have 4 regular ducks that have never been out of this bag. They have their whole lives in the bag, and they really would like to join their friends on the stage. They are $10 each. I will draw one at random, and you get to name it. Or if you don't want to, I will. But we have 4 of the original non-painted ducks left. And we, of course, have our painted ducks, all of which are on for $10 because 'tis the season, so I'm having a sale. We have Flounder Duck, Scuba Diver Duck, Chicken Jockey Duck, Mr. Spock Duck, Cupid Duck, and Orion Slave Girl Duck. So these are all $10 each. Please, if you do want to paint a duck, please specify which one. Please don't just say painted duck. So if you do, I will pick one at random. But if you have a specific one that you want, please specify which one. And our other options, if you want to get a little kinky, we have these handcuffs that I will put on for an entire chapter for $25 or $50 for the whole night. There is a key in here. There is another key on a string around the monitor because we practice safety here always. So I always make sure there is a key within reach because that is very, very, very important. For $50, I will chug this glass of wine refilled to this point if necessary. That is available up to 3 times this evening, I have decided. We start drinking around like 9:30-ish. So feel free to join in if you got something boozy handy. And if anybody is really feeling the holiday spirit and wants to make me suffer a little bit, just the right amount, of course, not too much, $100 will go off screen for a few moments and put on this spiked bra and then wear it for the rest of the stream, however long that is. So you can put me in this for up to 4 hours. I have worn it for 4 hours before. It gets very uncomfortable. I mean, come on. These are, and just so YouTube doesn't freak out, the spikes are not sharp enough to actually draw blood. I mean, they leave nice little marks for a day or so, but other than that, they're harmless. So those are our sponsorship options. I love ducks too. All right, here we go. Our inaugural dive into this book. Why do we need 2 pages with the title? Okay, why do we need 3 pages with the title? Wow, this was published by Simon and Schuster? Really? Wasn't expecting that. Oh, here we go. Chapter 1. There's my bookmark falling out already. All right, chapter 1. Oh, it is so nice to be reading a book with proper chapter titles, not just dates. It's so nice. And I will try not to compare the shit out of this guy to 50 Shades, but as I said, these books are known to have been inspired by the 50 Shades book and are known online as Evil 50 Shades. So there's that warning as well. All right, page 1, chapter 1, here we go. Why am I choking already? Oh, I hear the sound of a puppy. Yes, you. Let's see how far we get before he's on my lap. You know what this means, Massimo. I turned my head toward the window, looking at the cloudless sky, then fixed the man with a stare, and there's a dog on my leg. Yep, come here, you. No, I'm not going to lean down and rub your belly. Come on, up. You know you want to cuddle. Come on. Yes, you heard people talking about you. Come on. He'll be up in a second. As soon as I ignore him, he goes, wait, don't ignore me. I'll take over that company, whether the Mennonites? Hold on, I'm going to need to work on that word. Okay, come here. Come on, up. No, do not lay down again. Up. Oh, you are such a brat. You are such a brat. I'm going to start telling people to send 10 bucks when they think you're a brat. Up. Up, up. Come on. Up. Yes, you're going to bug me till you come up, so come on. All right, here's a puppy. Night Wolf. Here's your puppy. Yes, such a good puppy. Yes. Oh, he smells pretty good. But don't tell him that. Men on nights. Yeah, something like that. I'm not sure. In case you can't tell, he's still a sleepy baby. But of course, he heard me talking to people, and therefore he has to interrupt because he's a baby. Okay, I'm paying enough attention to you. No, you're not paying all the attention to me. I need all the attention. All of the attention. I am doggy. Yes, I'm a doggy. I need all the attention and love and belly rubs. And then you need to feed me chicken. Lots and lots of chicken. Not that I ate my whole bowl of kibble too fast and then got hiccups and then had mommy rub my tummy because I had hiccups. He tends to do that. When he was a baby, he used to drink water too fast and then throw it up and then drink some more. Of course, the other dog would just look at him like, "You're stupid, you know that?" He didn't have much patience with the pup. Yes, he wasn't always so nice to you, but he taught you everything you know. Older dog made it very clear that he was in charge of younger dog. And you were expected to follow me at exactly one step behind me and do what I say. Yes. Yes, but you two played around a lot. And he cared about you because he used to wake him. If puppy was having a nightmare, older dog would nudge him awake and then lick his face and be like, "It's okay, come on. I'm going to lay down on top of you and cuddle you. It's okay." It was very sweet. Yes. Okay. I need to finish the page, okay? I know that you're pretending to be fully melted. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Why can't I just cuddle you forever? Oh, I know. I know. The world's not fair to puppies. Okay, say bye-bye, Bo. I'm sure he'll be back. Till I get him settled again. He really is like a toddler. Alright, let's see if we can get 3 whole sentences into this. But I swear to God, if he's another guy that like buys companies like Gray does, like it's gonna be the laziest. Like I'm not sure how lazy this is or how close to plagiarism it comes. Hey, Ironton Auditor. Good to see you. You're just in time. We're starting a brand new book. Brand new series. No spoilers if you know anything about it. We're literally on chapter 1, page 1, book 1. I'll take over that company whether the manatees? Manettis! It's Manettis, I think. Manentes. There's too many E's and it's fucking me up. I'm going to say it's Manettis. Like it or not. I stood up and Mario and Domenico? Okay, I think it's Domenico. Slowly followed suit. I'm going to have so much trouble with names in this book, I predict. I may change some of them to make it easier on myself. Assuming they're placed behind me. All right, so we already have he's the mob boss and he's got his henchmen. Those are his henchmen. So it's like Taylor but twice. The meeting had been pleasant enough, but it was getting decidedly too long. I shook hands with the men gathered in the room and headed to the door. It will be better for everyone this way. I lifted my hand, index finger outstretched. You'll thank me for it later. So he's doing that. You'll thank me for it later, because that's not being a jerk. Not what I was thinking you were saying. Yeah, I, it's a weird. I don't. It's a weird name. I'm not good with names I've never like seen spelled out before. Like I've heard them both, but I'm not. I'm not good with words I've never seen in print before. And names are weird when it comes to spelling. Like I took my jacket off and undid another button of my black shirt. Oh, are we supposed to know he's evil because black shirt? I was sitting in the back of the seat of the car, savoring the silence and coolness of the conditioned air. Home, I growled at the driver, scrolling through the messages on my mobile. Well, you can tell this is written by a European person. Most were business related, but one was from Anna. We already have a character named Anna, and it's page 1. Pick something close and stay with it. We'll never know the difference. Thank you, Sarah Bellum. I may well do. But I'm scared that there is a character. There is a character called Anna already. Like, please tell me this is going to be a joke. I read it. I'm wet and I need to be punished? What? My penis stirred in my pants. No! It's page 1. No! 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 I quit! No! It's page 1! It's page 1 and he's already talking about his penis. And somebody named Anna is texting him saying, I'm wet and I need to be punished. How did this not get sued? Oh my god. Probably pronounced Ona. Oh yeah, I have heard that. I've heard that pronunciation. I have, yeah. Yeah, there's quite a big like Polish community here. Well, there's quite a big everyone community here. Like you name it, there's a part of the city here that will have it. I should have put makeup on heavier. I thought I covered this up. And whacked myself in the face with something and it kind of left a bit of a mark, but I was hoping it wouldn't read. Damn it. It's hard to cover when there's puffiness. I sighed, grabbing it through the fabric and squeezing hard. Ow! Like, I'm sorry, would that not hurt? Like, if you're starting to get a hard on and you don't want to, is grabbing your dick and squeezing it really hard something that works? I've never heard this before. Oh yes, my girl always knew my moods. What in the actual... I'm already highlighting things. Let's use the green one for now. Because these are magic highlighters, by the way. They have not run out yet. Check my email. Okay, I will in 1 second. Okay, that is coming on very light, but it has a fair amount left in it, so. All right. What am I looking at my email for? Whoa! Thank you and Merry Christmas. Is there a note? Okay, it just says Merry Christmas, so... And big... Here, let me... Okay, air hug, back at Nightwolf. This is as close to hugging as I can do, but for you, big hug. Thank you so much. No, but you can tell these are written by women. But yeah, Nightwolf, what do you want? For me and the fur babies. Yes, Bo will be happy. He will be very happy. I'm a little bit in shock, actually. Like, at minimum, you gotta pick a painted duck. You know, or I will chug a glass to start the night off, and it's the appointed hour. Actually, that's not the best idea, but we'll see. But yeah, thank you. Ugh. That got to my head a little bit. But definitely Merry Christmas to everybody. Thankfully, Christmas did not fall on a Saturday for a second. For like a half a second this week, I thought it did, and I was like, what am I going to do? Because, like, you can't really live stream on Christmas. Nobody's going to be around. Oh yes, my girl always knew my mood. So this is our main guy, and he's with somebody right now. He has a girlfriend. Or some kind of arrangement with a woman. She knew the meeting would be enjoyable and that it would only make me weary. She also knew how I like to unwind. So like Gray, he likes to use women as stress balls. Be ready at 8, I replied. I sat back comfortably, observing the world outside the window as it whizzed by. I closed my eyes. Also, gonna point this out. The text messages are being displayed in, like, a bold font to let you know that that's the text. Notice how it's not taking up half a flippin' page? Or more from one line? There she was again. My cock instantly grew hard as steel. Barely one page in, 2 references to a stick. This did not bode well for me. Like, this is making me want to, like, get a pimp hat with a feather in it. God, I'll go crazy if I don't find her. It had been 5 years since the accident. 5 long years since the, how did the doctor put it? The miracle of death and resurrection. I thought the back cover said someone tried to kill him. Now he's saying it was an accident. Like, what? 5 years of dreaming about a woman I've never seen in real life. I had met her in my comatose visions. Please tell me this book isn't supernatural and he, like, actually has visions. Please tell me he was just, like, really high on morphine. I could almost smell her hair, feel the smoothness of her skin. I could almost feel it. Each time I made love to Anna or any other woman, I made love to her. I named her my mistress. She was my curse, my obsession, and apparently my salvation. So he's had this image of a woman for 5 years, but he's been banging other women the whole time? Anybody see the Nicolas Cage movie Next? Underappreciated movie. Very out of character Julianne Moore, though. Was very surprised to see her in that. But hey, paycheck's paycheck. I did just say feathered pimp hat is in a fedora. Yeah, like a purple velvet fedora with like a big like gold and black feather. I don't know where I'm getting this image from, but I've definitely seen that hat somewhere. It's probably like a pimp costume for Halloween or something. I'm starting to get that vibe from this guy. Yes, we know you meant for babies. Bo will be very, very, very happy. I'll give him extra cuddles and belly rubs and tell him they're from you. He keeps track of who sends him belly rubs. He really does. He's a smart boy. Snippy, snippy. Okay, now I know it's getting colder because I'm getting snippy. The car stopped. I grabbed my jacket and stepped out. Domenico and Maria. I'm changing that to Dominic because I don't know if this is a woman. If it's a woman, then that's the female version of the name. But I'm changing it to Dominic until we're told otherwise. Also because it's easier to say. And the other guys I'd taken with me were already waiting on the tarmac. Oh, so he's got a plane too. Here we go. Maybe I'd overdone it, but sometimes you just need a show of force to catch your enemy off guard. I greeted the pilot as I entered the plane and sat down in the soft seat. A flight attendant passed me a glass of whiskey with a single ice cube. I glanced at her. She knew my taste. Why are we going back and forth between first and third person in the same paragraph? This is weird. I sent her a blank look while she blushed and smiled flirtatiously. Why not? I thought, and pushed myself up in a fluid motion. He's gonna bang the flight attendant on the... So this is a guy who will bang anyone, anywhere. In other words, he's a man whore. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's a little sleazy. I seized the surprised woman by the hand and pulled her with me towards the private part of the jet. I'm sorry, she smiled at you and now you've grabbed her and are dragging her to your private bedroom? What? I need stronger warning cards. Take off, I called to the pilot and closed the door, locking the girl and myself in. Okay, so we're just going full rapist. Okay, now we know. I shot out an arm, clasping my hand over her neck and pushing her against the wall. I fixed her with a gaze. She was terrified. This is the second page. I closed the distance between us and allowed our mouths to touch and bit her lower lip. What is it with romance books and biting people? Why? She moaned. Her arms hung limply along her body and she stared straight into my eyes. I seized her by the hair. I'm dying already. Can I just put the whole box of wine in my mouth right now, please? This is not even pretending to be consensual. I seized her by the hair and pulled, tilting her head back. Seriously, did you just copy-paste 50 Shades and change, like, every other word? Because so far, yes. Her eyes closed and she moaned again. Such a beauty. So girlish. I don't want to know what that means. I required all my employees to be aesthetically pleasing. I liked my pretty things. Okay. Neil, I growled. Oh God, I'm gonna die. No, please, no. Not, we're 3 pages in. Don't make me read fucking blowjob scene 3 pages in and sober. That is not fair. Neil, I growled, pushing her down. I'm gonna have to go back and highlight this entire goddamn page. She did as she was ordered without hesitation. I purred, praising her submissiveness, and trailed my thumb along her lips. They parted obediently. I had never even talked to this girl before, but she immediately knew what she was supposed to do. I'm sorry, is this in the job description? I gently pushed her head against the wall and unzipped my pants. The flight attendant swallowed loudly, her enormous eyes still fastened on mine. Keep your eyes closed, I said gently, my thumb moving across her eyelids. You'll only open them when I tell you to. My cock sprang from my pants rock hard, and I'm entertaining myself with the boing sound effect in my head. Almost painfully stiff. I still need to know if that's an actual thing or just something they say in books. I rested it on the girl's lips and she obediently opened her mouth. Wide. You don't have any idea what's coming, darling. I thought, is he gonna kill her? Like, is he gonna kill her and, like, throw her body off the plane or something? Because I'm not putting anything past him at this point. Like, this is our introduction to him. Again, how are we supposed to like this guy ever or find him romantic when this is the introduction? Is it gonna be one of those, like, she changed him? Because this already was giving me serious Beauty and the Beast vibes, not the actual animated classic. The bullshit one they did direct to video when they did all those direct to video like sequels and like 1.5s in the like mid to late 90s. They did one for Beauty and the Beast. It was the Christmas one that supposedly happened during the first movie, but I've had this a song from it in my head all week because of this, because it hit on it, and it was when they're out in the snow playing and Belle starts singing that she's starting to see these subtle changes in the beast, and she's like, but he was mean and he was cruel, but now he looks like gentle and like nervous, and I'm seeing something there that wasn't there before. That's the song. It's the revise of the Angela Lansbury song. And that, if that is how this goes, that like, oh, the power of her love tames the monster and like makes him not be a rapist. Okay, not gonna vomit. Really not gonna vomit. There's a 50-50 chance I'm genuinely gonna vomit. My stomach is doing backflips already. Oh, I'm not liking this. I thought, and pushed my prick all the way in, holding her head so she couldn't move. I felt her choking and thrust even deeper. He's gonna kill her, isn't he? Oh, yes. I loved it when their eyes snap wide open in terror as if they really thought they'd suffocate. Okay, what's the fetish name for getting off on nearly killing someone? I withdrew. Slowly. Then I stroked her cheek in a tender, delicate gesture. I observed her calming down, licking her lips clean of the thick spittle that came deep from her throat. I'll fuck your mouth, I said. She was trembling. May I? Now we're asking? Now we're asking. You just did that. But now we're asking. I want to hit myself in the head with something very heavy. As soon as it hits like 9:15, I'm so taking advantage and chugging a glass. I'm sorry. I may need to start pre-drinking for this. My face expressed nothing. No smile, no emotion. For a moment, the girl stared at me with those huge eyes, finally nodding her consent. Bit fucking late! Thank you, I breathed, caressing her cheeks with both hands. I leaned her head back further against the wall and slid myself along her tongue all the way to her throat. She clasped her lips around my cock. Oh, yes. My hips began to thrust. Hard. I could feel her fighting for breath. So I gripped her harder. He's really going to kill this woman. That's it. Her nails bit painfully into my thighs. At first she tried to push me away, then to simply hurt me. Scratching my skin, I liked it. You know, there are women you can just pay that will, like, you know, whip and flog and scratch you all you want. You know, you don't have to almost kill random women. I liked it when they fought me and were helpless against my strength. So this is like Gray if he was honest. I closed my eyes and saw my mistress kneeling in front of me, her jet black eyes piercing me like daggers. Is she a succubus? She loved it when I took her like that. I clenched my hands on her hair even harder, seeing the lust in her stare. I couldn't last any longer. 2 more hard strokes and I froze, while my jizz spurted out from my shaft, filling the girl's throat, choking her. I opened my eyes and looked up at her smeared makeup. I withdrew a fraction, making some space. Swallow, I growled, pulling her hair once more. Tears rolled down her cheeks, but she complied. I pulled my cock out of her mouth and she collapsed back on her heels, sliding down the wall. Can somebody just shove him out of the plane right now, please? Like, the kidnapping already had him. The kidnapping already had him, like, irredeemable. If that's how you're meeting somebody. There are 3 of these books. Who wrote this? Blanka Lipinska. This is her fault. This is her take on 50 Shades and apparently wanting to talk about sex. Ryan is correct. Somebody untalented. This is true. God damn it. Okay, genuinely trying not to puke. I'm not even kidding. Nope. Fuck. It's okay, Bo. Oh, man. Uh-oh. Oh. I didn't break anything. Wires. There's going to be a kidnapping. It's on the back cover that the woman he meets and says is the love of his life. He kidnaps her and holds her hostage for a year. That's why it's called 365 days. Because he says if she doesn't fall in love with him during that time, he'll let her go. But if she tries to escape, he'll kill her entire family. That's how they officially meet. He hasn't met her yet. He's just raping the attendant. Hi, doggy. Yes, mommy needs a puppy. Hi. Hi, there's a puppy. Oh. I will be okay. I didn't realize it would be this hardcore right off the bat. Erotophonophilia, sexual paraphilia in which individuals derive sexual pleasure and arousal from murder or imagining murder. Okay, I diagnosed him with that. I know. You're just skipping over that like it never happened. Is that normal? No. I have thrown up on stream once before during one of the first go-throughs of 50 Shades. It was also a blowjob scene. They get to me. But that was really graphic and disgusting. But we're okay. Look at the puppy. Look how sweet he is. Yeah, I know. You're being mommy's good boy. I know. You're being mommy's good boy. Yes, you are. You're such a good boy. Yes. It might have been twice. I don't know. I don't remember. Ugh. But my stomach is settling. It's okay, Bo. Don't give me the face. You're giving me such a face right now. You're giving me such a face right now. Yeah. You're giving me all the face. Okay, but now I know. I appreciate the worry. I am sorry for worrying people, but really didn't want to vomit all over my desk, especially my keyboard. Keyboards are fragile. They don't like it when you throw up on them. Doggo was definitely worried. He was pawing at the bathroom door, going, "Hey, person, hey, let me in." All right. Though I am thinking in future, might do a little before we do this. Sliding down the wall. Now lick it. Can I just set the whole book on fire right now? The girl froze. Lick it clean. I propped my arms against the wall in front of me and glared at her menacingly. She hoisted herself up again and grabbed my manhood in one slender hand. Okay, girl, I get you want to show off you know 100 different words for penis, but you don't need to do it all in one sentence. I know puppy is worried. I will eat a couple of Tums in a minute if I need to settle my stomach further, but there's really nothing left in it. Odds that I puke again are low. Plus, now I know what I'm getting into. This means next week I need to mental prep a lot more. Because, like I said, this is blind. I don't know what is in it. So, I didn't think it would be that bad. I mean, because this has sold a lot of copies. Like, a lot. It's been, like, it started. Do you know how rare it is for a book that is originally printed in a foreign, not English language to be translated and get popular? It's really rare. Is Puppy laying on my feet? No, he doesn't do that because he's not big enough. But he is beside me. He's keeping watch. He's right here. He's right down there. And like, by the way, allow me to put the disclaimer. I'm not trying to like. I think the current phrase is "yuck anybody's yum." If this is your fantasy, what you do in your own home is perfectly fine. I don't mind. He's not leaning on me, but he's close by. You know, whatever your private fantasies are, what you do with a consensual partner, have at it. Be happy. You do you, always. This is not consensual. Starting to lick off the remains of my seed. I smiled faintly, watching as she did her best. When I decided it was enough, I pulled away and zipped my pants. Thank you. Okay, can she jump out of the plane now? I offered her a steadying hand as she pushed herself up, stood next to me on slightly shaky legs. The bathroom is there, I said, pointing her in the right direction. Despite the fact she must have known the plane instantly. She nodded and headed towards the door. I returned to my companions and sat, taking a sip of the exquisite liquor, though its temperature had ceased to be perfect some time before. Mario put down his newspaper and sent me a look. Like, is that really just to establish that he's the bad guy? Because I think the whole, like, meeting the love of your life by kidnapping, I think that kind of tells us enough that he's the bad guy. And I have nothing against films where you root for the bad guy. I like Swordfish. I like, well, it has 3 endings, but I like one of the endings. Back in your father's day, they'd shoot us all dead. Okay. I sighed, rolling my eyes and clinking the glass against the tabletop with irritation. Dude, you just did that and you're irritated already? You see a shrink. Back in my father's day, we used to bootleg booze and drugs instead of running the biggest companies in Europe. So they're modern gangsters. I leaned back in the chair, pinning my consigliere with an angry stare. I'm the head of the Torricelli family, and I got where I am by no quirk of fate. It was my father's decision. I've been brought up and prepared to lead the family and bring it into the new era, and he needs to tell his private henchmen who probably know all this again just for us, because he's saying this out loud to somebody who definitely already knows this. I sighed again, relaxing a little when the flight attendant flitted silently to the front of the plane. Mario, I said, I know you used to like shooting. The older man, my advisor, allowed himself a slight smile. So he was the hitter. Okay. We'll have an opportunity for that soon enough. I sent him a grave look. Dominic. I turned to my brother. Oh, family. Wait, isn't family one of the things that the Fast and Furious movies get mocked to hell and back for? Because, like, Vin Diesel's character has a line of saying, like, it's all about family, even though it's like, it's a bunch of really stupid movies about street racers. I've never seen any of them. So if they deserve more credit than that, please inform me, but I don't think they do. But I know they get mocked, and there's like memes of Vin Diesel saying stuff about family that just sounds really fucking trite. And it's like, what is this doing in like what's effectively just one long action scene? Though I do give them props because they started putting warnings on the front of the movies saying, please don't try and do the shit you see us doing in these movies. These are stunts that take months to plan and hundreds of people to pull off. Don't try and do this. Take care of your monster, Nightwolf. Mashed potatoes are a good idea. Yes, but the mafia literally is derived from the words "ma familia." This is true. I know. I'm half Italian, and yes, the Italian side of the family that lives in Italy, yeah, I know what they're about. There's a reason that every like 3 to 4 years, about 30 to 40 members of the Italian side of my family that live here in Canada go home, even though they're all born here, go home to Italy for 3 or 4 months over the summer, and they all come back with, shall we say, lavish gifts and purchases. Are they even still making Fast and the Furious movies? What did they get up to? Like, they made like 10 of them. There's a ridiculous amount of them. But I know the one guy that was in them, Paul something, actually died in an actual, like, he was like stunt driving or speeding or something, and he died in a car crash. There is another one, of course there is. I also heard that like Vin Diesel and I heard there was one where they like went to space. I heard that. But yeah, I also heard that Vin Diesel and The Rock absolutely hate each other, and that's why The Rock got like spun off into a separate like series. They made like a spin-off series. Paul Walker, that was his name. Yeah, I mean that's sad because he was young and talented, but he was just, he got too into the character. That's what happened to Heath Ledger, too. Almost killed Daniel Day-Lewis. He almost died filming Gangs of New York because he caught pneumonia and refused to take penicillin because that didn't exist. And he's a method actor who goes too far. He's known to go too far. Eventually, they brought his wife on set, and she said, "Even if you don't take this medicine, even if you live, I will leave you." That did the trick. Yeah, method acting is dangerous. Like, even Nicolas Cage, who started out as like a hardcore method actor until I don't know what movie he was filming, but he had been in his character and he was playing like a murderer or psycho or something, and he got way too far in his character and he actually forgot his own identity as Nick Cage. He genuinely believed that he was this character for like 3 days. And he said after he recovered from that he didn't go so far with the method acting. He would do it for like a couple days while they filmed, but then he would turn it off like over the weekend just to keep himself like mentally more stable. So at least he learned, you know. Yeah, method actors are usually insane people. Yeah, this is true. They're usually generally just completely batshit to begin with, but at least Nick Cage was like, "Okay, I took it too far. Let me put some safeguards for myself." Oh, I agree. Oh, the only respectable one is Leo. Yeah, I don't know if I would call him a method actor. Yeah, just act. Like, that's the job. You're supposed to be acting. You had to drag your husband when he had appendicitis. Oh, that's not good. We'll have an opportunity for that soon enough. I sent him a grave look. Dominic, I turned to my brother, who was stealing glances at me the whole time. Tell your men to start looking for that whoreson Alfredo. Whoreson is written as one word. It's whore, like Whoreson. It's all one word. I don't think this is a real word. My eyes trace back to Mario. You want a shootout? You'll get one. I took another sip of the whiskey. The sun over Sicily was settling when we landed at Catania? Going with Catania. Catania. I put my jacket on and we exited the plane and headed out towards the terminal entrance. I pulled my sunglasses, feeling a blast of the scorching hot air on my skin. Mount Etna loomed over the horizon, perfectly visible today. Okay, so we have some geography. That isn't how that's spelled. I thought so. We do also have to remember this is translated from another language, and we don't know if it was translated like this is recently enough that because when was this published? Hold on, what year was this? Because it's recent, 2021. Yeah, so this may have been translated by AI. We don't know, and we don't know if it was ever actually checked by a person. The tourists should be happy, I thought, entering the air-conditioned building. The guys from Aruba want to meet with you over that issue we talked about earlier, Dominic said, walking by my side. We have to take care of the Palermo's club today. I listened to him intently, silently making a list of things that still needed tending to. Suddenly it was like everything became dark, even though my eyes were wide open. I saw her. I blinked frantically. I'd only ever seen my mistress when I wanted to. My eyes widened, but she was already gone. Was my condition deteriorating? Were the hallucinations growing stronger? Is this guy out of his mind? I needed to go back to that idiot doctor to get examined. If you think he's an idiot, why are you going back? Later. For now, I had to get things done. Did he like it? Are we going to find out he got shot in the head or something? Like, find the cocaine dealer who had mysteriously disappeared. Well, not disappeared per se, but the term was the closest one that fit the situation. We were approaching the car when I saw her again. Fucking hell, but that's impossible. I stepped into the car park and nearly pulled Dominic inside when he opened the other door. It's her, I whispered, my throat constricting. I pointed at a girl marching down a walkway away from us. It's the girl. Okay, so do his henchmen think... Yes, Deacon, that's what I'm saying. He sounds like he's losing his mind. So, do his henchmen also think that he's crazy? Because he said he's been seeing visions of this woman for 5 years. Like, it's a real word. An unpleasant or greatly disliked person. Hold on, I am sending a message to my friend in the UK. I want to know if he's ever heard this term. Why would anybody talk like that or use a word people won't know? I don't know. Maybe they're saying it's like, because they're in the mob, it's a word that the mob uses? Maybe? No, it's not common in books, Ryan. I've never, ever, ever, ever heard this word before. You have a sock that's older than that translate. Yeah, I'm thinking Google Translates was involved here. Because also just some of the sentence structure is... My head was spinning. I couldn't believe my eyes. Or maybe I was just seeing things, losing my mind. The car started. Slow down, my younger brother said as we were closing in on the girl. Holy shit, he breathed as we caught up with her. Okay, seriously, if you're traveling and you're alone in Italy and I'm assuming this is a black sedan of some kind, because what else is the mob gonna drive? Starts slow crawling and following you. What would you do? Because I'm ducking into the nearest occupied place or I'm starting to scream bloody murder, one of the two. I saw Criminal Minds Beyond Borders. That show was not as bad as people made it out to be. They had a good idea. It was just badly executed. Gary Sinise can't save everything. My heart skipped a beat. Her head turned. She was looking straight at me, not seeing me through the reflective window. Her eyes, nose, her lips. It was her. Just like I dreamed. I reached for the handle, but Dominic stopped me. A muscular, bald man was calling over to my mistress, and she turned and started walking his way. Not now, Massimo. So he was apparently just about to just grab her off the street. Because that wouldn't attract any attention. Yeah, right, Deacon? A car slowing down and following you is a bad sign. I sat there, paralyzed. She was right there. She was real. I could have her, touch her, take her with me and spend the rest of my life with her. You're overlooking several things. What the fuck are you doing? I shouted. She's with others. We don't know who they are. Yeah, dude, seriously. The car accelerated and I could do nothing but stare at the fading silhouette of my mistress. I'm sending people after her right now. You'll know who she is before we reach home, Massimo, Dominic was saying, raising his voice. I didn't react. You've waited so long. You can wait a couple hours more. So they have a plan already. Apparently he's already given orders that should I ever see this woman from my drug-induced vision, have people on standby ready to kidnap her and bring her to me. Yeah, no, that's not love. No. But see, Deacon, I guarantee you, she's going to teach him about love, and then he's going to understand and not be a monster anymore. Or he will, and she'll become corrupted and evil like Phoebe and Charmed. Like, could go that way. We could be going full dark fairy tale where, she doesn't save him, he makes her evil. Maybe that's how this goes. I pinned him with a gaze so furious and hateful he shrunk away. I could have killed him right there. The quickly diminishing rational part of my brain knew he was right. But the rest, the prevalent part, didn't want to listen to a word he said. You have 1 hour, I growled, staring dumbly at the seat in front of me. You have 60 fucking minutes to tell me who she is. Yeah, sure, just random girl. I said that earlier, Deacon, that yeah, it's Beauty and the Beast, including the Disney version, because yes, I'm sorry, Disney missed the fact that yeah, the Beast kidnaps Belle and she gets Stockholm Syndrome, okay? That's what it is. It is Stockholm Syndrome, the movie. But it's got that really great ballroom scene and good songs, so it's okay, kids. If a horrible, violent monster kidnaps you and holds you hostage, it's okay as long as he eventually gives you a ball gown and you have one evening together and then you're in love forever. Let's just say Disney's not so great with the messaging towards women. We parked at the driveway and stepped out. Dominic's men immediately walked over, handing him an envelope. He passed it to me and I headed towards the library without another word. I needed to be alone so I could wrap my head around all this. I sat behind my desk and tore off the upper side of the envelope, my hands suddenly shaky. I spilled its contents onto the desktop. Motherfucker. I clutched my head in disbelief as the photos. No more paintings ordered from various artists finally revealed the face of my mistress. She had a name, a past, and a future she had no idea about. I heard someone knocking on the door. Not now, I yelled, not removing my eyes from the photos and notes. Laura Bial, I whispered, touching the face of a glossy paper. Okay, how, in the span of what, like 5 minutes that they've been driving, suddenly he just has pictures and her name just handed to him? Like, Italy it's not the biggest country, but it's not the size of a thimble. That's because it is. Like, are we going to find out he has a contact at the passport office or like immigration or something? Because how else did you... And then he turned to him and I was like, can you turn back? Ah! Yeah, you never see like merch for Beauty and the Beast where the Beast turns human. It's always him in beast form, and even in the future movies, he's still in beast form. Even though they take place after the first one, so he should have been human. After about 30 minutes of analyzing all the new information, is this guy tapped into the NSA? What? Uh, da, da, da. After about 30 minutes of analyzing all the new information, I got up from my desk and sat down in an armchair and froze, staring at the wall. Can I? Dominic asked, peering through the crack in the door. I didn't react, so he entered and sat in the other chair. What now? We'll bring her here, I said numbly, not looking at him. He stayed locked in place, nodding his head slowly. But how are you going to do that? He sent me a disbelieving look as if I were an idiot. Irritating little prick. You'll go to her hotel and tell her you used to have these visions back when you nearly died, and that's where you saw her. Dominic trailed off, looking at the note lying on the table in front of me. Well, at least going to her and trying to talk to her is a better idea than what he's about to do. Yes, I added in my head. Laura Biel, you are mine now. Do we start burning the pages with the word mine on it? I might. I'll kidnap her, I said. There was no hesitation in my voice. Send people to the apartment of that. I broke off, searching for the name of the bald guy in my notes. Martin. They are to find out who he is. Maybe I should ask Carlo. He's right there, Dominic said. Good. Tell his men to get everything on the man. I need to find a way to bring her here as soon as possible. You don't have to look far, you know. I shot a glance at the door, from behind which a woman's voice had sounded. Dominic looked too. I'm right here. Anna, all smiles, was walking my way in sky-high heels. So, is he gonna, like, keep this woman captive, but also keep his current, like, fuck doll around? Like, what? Or is he about to, like, tell her, like, it's over, get out, or something? Oh, God, this is about to get real bad. Really, really bad. I need all of the warnings. Fuck, I swore silently. I'd completely forgotten about her. Wow, he's just so endearing. Well, I'll leave you two. Dominic grinned stupidly, pushed himself up, and headed to the door. I'll take care of that thing, and we'll finish our business tomorrow, he said. Yeah, I can't talk shop in front of a girl. Of course not. The blonde approached me. With one of her long, slender legs, she delicately spread my own. Her scent was intoxicating, as always, so they're going to do it. A mix of sex and power. She drew up, revealing her black silk cocktail dress, and sat astride me, pushing her tongue into my mouth. Okay, so this is why they work. Hit me, she pleaded, biting my lip, rubbing her clit on the zipper of my pants. Hard. Okay, at least she's, I hate to use these words, but she's literally asking for it. And hey, if that's you, fine. Oh yeah, she's wearing doomy pumps for sure. She licked and bit my ear, and all I could do was stare at the photos scattered on the table. Yeah, seriously, she's not going to notice that he has a bunch of photos of another woman? She pulled off my tie, which I had loosened earlier, and got up, pushing Anna down on the floor. I turned her around and blindfolded her with the tie. Okay, so we're just ripping off all the 50 Shades. All of it. Seriously, how did this author not get sued? Seriously. She smiled, her tongue tracing a line over her lower lip. Okay, this one is into it, so at least this is consensual. Whatever he's about to do, it's consensual. We can at least give it that. But seriously, we're on page 8. 8. She found the table with an outstretched arm, stood up, legs spread wide, and bent over the oak slab. She was wearing nothing under that dress. I walked over to her and smacked her on the ass. Hard. She yelped, head turning to the side, opening her mouth wide. The sight of the photos spread all over the table, and the thought that my mistress was so close immediately made my dick hard as steel. Do I need a tally counter for how many times we're going to be told he gets hard as steel? I can think of harder things. Oh, yes, I purred, gently rubbing her wet snatch. Ew, that's like one of my least favorite words for vagina. Keeping my eyes on the pictures of Laura, I grabbed her by the neck, lifting her for an instant and removing all the papers she had lain over. I let her lie on the desktop again, lifting her arms above her head, then arranged the photos so they all faced me. To possess the woman from those pictures. There was nothing I wanted more. I was ready to come at once. Oh, we have another author that can't spell come. No, come on. For real. You're going to have full on rape scenes, but you can't spell come correctly? Like, there's some kind of thing. Is there some kind of bullshit literary thing where if you actually spell it properly, your book is just X rated, even though this is X rated? What? Like, I'm seriously wondering if there's some kind of like obscure rule. I pulled my pants down quickly and slid 2 fingers into Anna. She moaned, squirming under my touch. Her pussy was wet and hot and so tight. My fingers started to circle her clit and she grabbed the edge of the table harder. Like, tell me I couldn't be reading 50 Shades right now. My left hand shot out to grab her by the neck. My right smacked her on the ass cheek. I felt an inexplicable relief. I shot another glance at one of the photos and slapped her again, even harder. She screamed, but I hit her again, as if it could really change her into Laura. Her ass was purpling. I bent over and licked it. It was hot and pulsating. I spread her ass cheeks and began trailing my tongue around her sweet hole, visualizing my mistress all the time. Yes, she moaned softly. Again, at least this is consensual. That makes it better. I need to have her. Laura. I need her to be mine, I thought. Straightening and impaling Anna with my throbbing cock, she bent her back into an arch and then lowered herself on the wooden table, now wet with sweat. I fucked her hard, keeping my gaze fixed on Laura. It won't be long now. Soon those black eyes will look at me as she kneels before me. You bitch. I clenched my teeth, feeling Anna's body go rigid. I pushed myself inside her, hard and aggressive, heedless of the orgasmic waves rippling all over her body. Apparently she's a bitch for coming first. I didn't care. Laura's eyes made me want more, but at the same time, I couldn't last any longer. So he's also like Gray in that regard. Two pump chump. I needed to feel more. Experience everything fully. I slid my cock out of her pussy and slammed it into her tight ass. I heard her scream wildly in pain and ecstasy and felt her tighten around me. My prick exploded with cum, but the only thing I could see was my mistress. Let me point this out, because okay, right here, we have, I was ready to come at once, spelled COCOME. Next page. Okay, I explode with cum, CUM. What in the actual fuck? Why do you have both spellings? And which one is the mistake? Deacon is correct. That is the correct spelling. To be a mafia boss, he has no self-control, yes. That's the editor because she didn't write it in English, probably. He makes foolish decisions. Who has black eyes? Thank you, yes! Like, that's just weird. Like, nobody has black eyes. Oh, now we have 8 hours earlier. God, what? So we're going through like his entire day? Are we supposed to? I don't know. How are we supposed to feel anything but revulsion for this guy? The author is ESL, yeah. Spelling in the books isn't like why if it matters in books, yes. Well, and supposedly there was an editor for this. This is published. So it had to be edited, and I'm assuming even if it was done through Google Translate, there had to be somebody had to check it over at some point. Spelling mistakes in a book is bad, and yet we did find a couple of spelling mistakes in the 50 Shades series. There were at least 4 or 5 times where we found genuine, legitimate spelling mistakes. And that's without getting into all the like grammar and like sentence structure mistakes. There were too many. The sound of the alarm clock pierced my brain. Get up, honey. It's 9 already. Oh, are we on? Oh, we're on her. Okay, so I guess we're with her now. So this is how her day started, and maybe it's gonna like go through her day, and then we see her get kidnapped or something. Get up, honey. It's 9 already. We have to be at the airport in an hour. Our Sicilian vacation awaits. Oh, so it's day 1. Day 1 of their trip, and she's gonna get taken. This is great. Wakey, wakey. Martin stood at the bedroom door, sporting a wide grin. I opened my eyes slowly, reluctantly. It's the middle of the night for me, for God's sakes. What a barbaric idea to fly at this time, I thought. Since I'd left work a few weeks ago, time of day stopped making any sense. I would go to sleep too late, wake up too late, and the worst of it was I didn't have anything to do. I could do what I wanted. I'd spent too much time in the quagmire of the hotel business, and when I had finally gotten my dream position as a sales manager, I quit. I just lost the passion for my work. I never thought at the age of 29 I'd feel burned out. But those were the facts. Oh great. So we're setting her up to be in that place where she's disillusioned, her careers didn't work out, she's kind of bored with the world and needs something new, and that's why she's emotionally and psychologically vulnerable to fall for the handsome kidnapper, blah blah fucking blah. Working at the hotel had been satisfying and fulfilling, and it was good for my ego. Every time I negotiated a big contract, I felt the thrill of excitement. And when those negotiations involved competing with more experienced people, adept at the art of manipulation, I was exhilarated, especially when I won. Each little victory in my financial battles had given me the feeling of superiority. It satisfies the vainer side of my character. It might sound stupid, but as a girl from a small Polish town who hadn't even graduated university, proving my value to everyone around was a priority. So, ding ding, author self insert character. 29, yeah. It does sound like somebody older wrote this. I don't know how old the author is. There's a picture of her. She looks pretty young. Come on, camera, focus. Focus. Okay, it won't focus, but I don't know how old this author actually is, but she does look pretty young in this photo. But for all we know, that's an old photo they just used because it's a good photo. Laura, you want cocoa or tea with milk? Martin, please, it's the middle of the night. I roll over on the bed and covered my head with a pillow. Bright August light illuminated the bedroom. Martin never liked darkness, so even our bedroom windows lacked any kind of blinds. He used to say darkness caused despair. Well, for him to fall into depression was easier than getting a coffee at Starbucks. So she's in a relationship she hates. The windows were all on the eastern wall, so each morning the sun made it pretty much impossible for me to sleep late. I made both cocoa and tea. With a smug expression, Martin remained standing in the doorway, holding a cup in each hand. It's scorching hot outside. I bet you want the cold one, he said and passed me the cocoa. Since when is cocoa, like, that's hot chocolate. How is it cold? Or are we just saying it's chocolate milk? I think somebody doesn't know what cocoa means. Then he began pulling the sheets from the bed. By that time I was getting pissed at him, but I crawled out of my cave. I knew he wouldn't relent. Martin flashed his teeth in a wide grin. That was so much like him. Every morning he had too much energy. He was a heavily built, bull-like man with a bald head perched on top of a wide neck. People called him a musclehead. Aside from the purely physical aspect, he had nothing in common with that kind of man. He was the best human being I'd ever met. He had his own company, and each time he scored a big hit, he'd transfer a large sum to a children's hospice. He liked to say, I need to share God's blessing with others. Okay, so she's dating a good guy. It's chocolate milk, right, Cerebellum? It's chocolate milk. But here at least, anytime you're saying cocoa, you mean hot chocolate. Martin had blue eyes. They were gentle and full of kindness. The author's 39? His nose was large and crooked. It had been broken in the past. Nobody's perfect, and Martin hadn't always been this wise and well-mannered. What I loved about him most were his full lips and his spectacular smile that always disarmed me each time I was mad at him. His enormous arms were covered with tattoos. His entire body was, in fact, aside from his legs. He was a strong man, weighing a good deal more than 200 pounds. I always felt safe with him. Though I have to admit, at 5 feet tall and 110 pounds, I might have looked a bit mismatched with him. My mom had always told me sports are good, so I trained in whatever took my fancy at any given time. From Nordic walking to karate. I never stuck to any discipline for long, though. What it ultimately boiled down to was that my body was extremely fit, my tummy was hard as rock and perfectly flat, my legs were slim and muscled, and my buttocks toned and curvy. Wow, 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 just for a woman to be, oh my god. I must have done more than 1,000,000 squats to achieve that effect, do you think? Like, is she just gonna be a vain, vapid twit the entire time? Because seriously. All right, I'm getting up, I mumbled, then drank the delicious, now cold, cocoa in one gulp, and put the cup down and went into the bedroom. Oh, that would come right back up if I drank an entire cup of hot chocolate in one go first thing in the morning? No way. My stomach's gonna go, what are you doing to me? As I stopped by the mirror, I realized just how much I needed this vacation. You haven't worked in weeks and you need a vacation? My dark eyes were sad and resigned, and the lack of anything to do had made me apathetic. Well, you could get another job. My chestnut hair flowed around my lean face and fell to my shoulders. That it reached this length was a success. Usually I wore my hair a lot shorter. In normal circumstances, I would have thought myself pretty hot, but I didn't then. I was overwhelmed by the burden of my own feelings and my aversion to work. I had no idea what to do with myself. My professional life had always determined my self-esteem. Without a calling card and a work phone in my purse, I didn't feel too confident. I brushed my teeth, put some pins in my hair, and applied some mascara. And that was about it. I didn't have it in me to do much else. Besides, it would be enough. A while ago I had splurged on permanent eye A while ago I had splurged on permanent brow, eye, and lip makeup out of sheer laziness. So she has permanently tattooed eyebrows, eyeliner, and lip liner, I'm assuming. I didn't actually know you could tattoo your lips. I've never heard of that. The eyebrows and the eyeliner, I've heard of that. I didn't know you could tattoo lip makeup. It allowed me to have more sleep and limit the morning bathroom routine to the bare minimum. Ugh. If you've ever heard of tattooing, like either lip liner or lipstick, please say so in the chat because I've never heard of that. But it is 9:30 already. I'm taking a stretch break. Oh, I'm overdue. Oh, I'm also starting to drink because Jesus Christ, I earned it. Yeah, Deacon, I'm with you. I've heard of it and it sounds like a dumb and painful thing to do. Yes, I agree. Also, like, the eyeliner, at least, is dangerous. Like, I imagine it's all dangerous, but, like, yeah, I know. I'm not even sure it's legal to have tattooed eyeliner here. Because I know there are limitations on where you can tattoo. Like I know there's places on the back of the hand because the veins are so close to the surface. You can't get back of the hand tattoos because it'll equal blood poisoning. Yeah, but they're around the eye. Yeah. But yeah, like how painful would that be though? Like I don't want to know. Yeah, like tattoo artists who do stuff like that for free are like I give them so much credit. Nerve damage definitely possible, yeah. But yeah, I've heard of artists who like do like tattoos over like scars and things like that, and to which I give them like all the credit in the world because yeah. Or if they're unable to apply it themselves because of like yeah shaking because of like MS or Parkinson's or something, yeah. Here's to us. Here's to love. Here's to all the times that we fucked up. I don't think I have those words exactly right, but if you know, you know. I believe the band is Hailstrom. The song is called Here's to Us. Now, do I chug this in one go or not? I'm afraid it will come back up if I do, so I'm going to go halvesies. But cheers. And Nestrovia. That was maybe a little much. Why does my mouth taste like Starburst? I don't even like Starburst. But yeah, I'm definitely tasting strawberry Starburst right now. And I'm surprised I even remember what that tastes like. Because I haven't had it since I was a kid and I got forced to eat Halloween candy I didn't want. I did like Starburst candy though because I used it as putty and like used to make little animals out of them. Of course, nobody in my family respected that and wouldn't let me keep them. They just throw them away or squish them. I went to the closet to get the clothes I'd prepared for today. One thing always remained the same for me, irrespective of my moods and all the things I had no power to change. I had to be dressed as perfectly as possible. Wearing the right clothing made me feel better. Obviously, it made me look better too. So all I'm getting is that she's extremely vain and lazy. My mother always said that a woman should always be beautiful, even if she's hurting. Wow. I am gonna go back and highlight the, essay scene, uh, probably while very high. But I'm sorry. You should just always be beautiful, even when you're hurting. Like, that can suck my dick so hard. You have to go study? Ugh, statistics. Ugh. We understand, Deacon. We wish you well in school, but oh, girl, statistics. Ugh. Problem is, too many people don't understand statistics. You can't just look at the numbers. You have to be able to interpret them correctly, which most people can't. And if my face couldn't be as attractive as it was a good day, I had to take everyone's attention off it. So for the trip, I selected light denim shorts and a loose white shirt. And despite the scorching heat outside, a light gray melange cotton cardigan. Some kind of brand. Bleh. Planes were too cold for me, and even if it meant I'd boil outside first, I'd at least feel comfortable on board. Well, as far as I could anyway. I was terrified of flying. I slipped my feet into my Isabelle Marant wedge heel gray-white sneakers, and I was ready. I'm sorry, you're bragging about the brand of your slip-on sneakers? No, I have not heard about an increase in appendix cancers. Didn't know that was a thing. I'm amazed the puppy has not attacked me again, but I think he's on the couch recovering. I went to the living room, which was connected to the kitchen annex. The apartment had modern decor, cold and minimalist. The walls were covered with black glass, the bar was illuminated with LEDs, and instead of a table like you'd have in a normal house, there was a small counter with two leather-covered stools. An enormous gray corner sofa sitting in the middle of the room was testament to its owner's size. The bedroom was divided from the living room by a great aquarium. It was clear that a woman hadn't designed this apartment. It was perfect fit for the committed single, which the lord and commander of this particular apartment had been until recently. Martin was sitting with his nose in his laptop as usual. It didn't matter what he was doing at any given time. Working, on a call, or watching a movie, he always kept his laptop close by. It was his best friend and an integral part of who the man was. I hated it with a passion, but it had always been like that, so I really had no right to change it. Even though it had appeared in his life, even though I had appeared in his life more than a year ago, owing to that little device. It would be hypocrisy if I suddenly wanted it out of his life. I remember it had been February, and I hadn't been in a relationship with anyone for more than 6 months. I was growing bored, or maybe lonely, so I decided to set up a profile on a dating site. It turned out to be fun, not to mention that it ended up boosting my already high self-esteem. I hate this woman. I would absolutely loathe knowing this person. Like, she'd be the coworker that I wave at and never speak to. And no, I don't want to go out for a drink after work with you. During one of those sleepless nights, browsing through hundreds of men, I finally stumbled on Martin. He was looking for a loyal woman to fill his world all at once. There's a phrase. Anyway, we clicked, and thus a petite girl tamed the tattooed monster. Well, we're not even trying to be above like a 5th grade level here. Our relationship wasn't your run-of-the-mill affair. We were both strong, dominant types and were prone to explosive outbursts. Oh, so they're the perfect recipe for domestic violence. That's great. We were also both intelligent and had significant knowledge of our respective professions. That doesn't make you intelligent, it makes you learn it about your profession. It pulled us both to each other, intriguing and impressing us. The only thing our relationship was lacking was the animal magnetism, the unbridled attraction and passion that had simply never been there. Gee, do we wonder who she's gonna feel an animal magnetism for? Maybe a guy who acts like an animal. As Martin had once said, he'd already had his share of fucking. I, on the other hand, was a volcano of sexual energy threatening to explode at any time. Oh, God. I had to search for release by masturbating on a daily basis. Nothing wrong with that. But still, I felt good at Martin's side. Safe and calm. It was more important than sex. Or at least that's what I thought. So are we supposed to be reading like both of their diaries, like going back or something? Is that how this is structured? I'm still not getting the structure here. I'm ready, honey. I just have to zip up my travel bag, which is not going to be easy, and we can go. This is where you get the boyfriend to sit on the bag. That's what they're for. With a laugh, Martin pushed himself up, stuffed the laptop into its bag, and headed towards my luggage. I think I'll manage, baby doll, he said, squeezing my gigantic suitcase. It's the same thing all over, eh? Excess baggage. 30 pairs of shoes and half the closet flying with us while you're not going to wear more than like 10% of all of that. I frowned and crossed my arms. I have totally known people who did that. At least I'll have choices, I retorted, putting on my sunglasses. I always felt apprehensive and anxious in airports, afraid even. I had claustrophobia and hated flying. Besides, I had inherited my mother's pessimism. It was always doom and gloom for me, so I tended to overthink things that, at least theoretically, might end up in some kind of trauma. I do that. Done that since I was a child. At least it's not constant now. When I was a kid, like literally just walking down the street, my brain would be calculating like the odds that a branch would fall off a tree and fall on me and kill me, or that a oncoming car would jump the curb and kill us both. That used to be my constant thoughts when I was a little kid, and I remember being very annoyed that I couldn't turn it off. Now I'm usually turned off. So, a flying can with a pair of engines strapped to the sides wasn't something I'd likely trust without a shadow of a doubt. We were traveling with Martin's friends who were already waiting for us in the brightly lit departure hall. Carolina and Mikal had been together for years and had chosen our destination. They were thinking of getting married, but at least for now, thinking about it was enough. He was your typical womanizer. Okay, is everybody in this going to be disgusting? With short blonde hair, a deep tan, and blue eyes, he was also pretty good looking. All he was ever interested in was boobs, though. He didn't even try denying that. She, on the other hand, was a tall, long-legged blonde with a delicate girlish face. Nothing special at first glance, but when you came to know her, she became remarkably interesting. Carolina all but ignored McCall's bothersome inclinations. So in other words, he cheats on her and she ignores it. This is a great relationship. I wasn't sure how she managed it. With my possessiveness, I wouldn't be able to stay with a man whose head turned every time he glimpsed another woman. I swallowed 2 anti-anxiety pills. There's no dash in that word like there should be. To be sure I wouldn't have a full-blown panic attack on the plane. In other words, I'm planning to be unconscious before we board. Nightwolf, you're you're informing us you prefer the booty? Uh, Carcinoid tumor more common, typical colon cancer, so the number of appendix cancers increased. A loyal woman, is there such a thing? Yeah. Part of that is recently added to the list of reportable cancers previously. The appendix was not counted. Oh. Okay, so now they started counting, so of course the number's going to go up because they started counting it. Yep. Yes, Ryan, Cerebellum is very, very smart. She's one of our resident smart people. She also works in Okay, bye, Deacon. Everyone say goodnight to Deacon. Don't study too hard or stay up too late. Just enough. What's an accurate chat GPT? I don't think science has gotten there yet. Though, did everyone see that the architects of AI are Time Magazine's People of the Year? Can you even call them people? Oh, or how about that the color of the year is white? That's not a color. I'm sorry, but I'm an art person. White is not a color. It is the absence of color. We were supposed to have a stopover in Rome. Stopover is written as one word. Is it actually? I don't know. An hour's break and then another hour flying straight to Sicily. Last time I'd been to Italy, I was 16. And since then, I didn't have a high opinion of Italians. This is great. They were noisy, intrusive, and didn't know a word of English. Oh my god! I hate her so much. And English was like a native tongue to me. Well, I'm assuming you're American, bitch, so yeah, you grew up speaking English. Guess what? The rest of the world fucking didn't. After all those years spent in various hotels, there were times I even thought in English. Oh no, she said she grew up in a Polish town, okay. So she grew up speaking probably Polish and English. But, like, who cares? And also, when you're in Italy, bitching that nobody is speaking English makes you such an asshole. You're in a foreign goddamn country. Of course they don't all speak English. Like, I hate people who go somewhere else and then are like, speak English, we're in South Korea. Yeah, you're the one in the wrong here. When we finally landed in Katana, the sun was already setting. The guy at the car rental office took his bloody time handling customers. We got stuck in the queue for an hour. Excuse me. Martin was hungry and edgy, and his foul mood was rubbing off on me, so I decided to take a look around the place. There wasn't much to see, truth be told. I exited the air-conditioned building and felt the overwhelming heat. In the distance, I saw the smoking summit of Mount Etna. Okay, if Mount Etna is smoking when I arrive, I'm not unpacking. It was a bit disturbing, really, though I had known the volcano was still active. Wait, walking with my head in the clouds, I didn't notice the end of the pavement, and before I gathered my wits, an enormous Italian popped out of nowhere and I nearly walked into him. I stopped dumbfounded a couple of inches from the man's back, and he didn't even flinch, failing to notice I nearly slammed into him. A group of men wearing dark suits were walking out of the airport terminal. The man in front looked at me like he was escorting them. I didn't wait for them to pass, instead turning on my heel and walking back to the rental car office, praying for the car to finally be ready. When I was close, 3 black SUVs drove by. Called it! Called it! They're driving the stereotypical evil guy cars! The middle one seemed to slow down a bit for an instant, but I couldn't see anything inside the darkened windows. Laura, I heard Martin call out, the keys to the car clasped in his hand. Where the hell are you going? We're off. Hilton Giardini Nakos welcomed us with an enormous vase in the shape of a head, holding the bundle of tall white and pink lilies. The scent of flowers filled the impressive entrance hall decorated with golden motifs. Real ritzy, darling, I said, turning to Martin with a smile. A bit Louis XVI. I wonder if there's a bathtub with lion paws upstairs. Okay, so I'm assuming they're at a hotel or Airbnb or something. Everyone burst out laughing. We'd all been thinking the same thing, it seemed. The hotel wasn't as luxurious as the Hilton should have been. There were a lot of shortcomings I could discern with my professional eye. Wow, okay, so far she's a racist. She's incredibly vain. She's lazy. And now she's a snob. Are we supposed to like this person? Again, are we supposed to like anybody? Is there going to be anybody that's a likable character in this? Because so far, I'm sorry, but she's horrible. Like, we're supposed to feel bad for her with what's about to happen to her. So far, I'm not feeling bad for her. Also, we're 2 hours into this and we're on page 17. Hey, that's almost on time. We go for 10 pages an hour, so we're catching up. Oh, and I am still doing I forgot to say, I'm doing the rank video of the therapist rankings at the end of this. So whenever we hit 40 pages, we will be doing that tonight because I have everything ready. So I'm finally going to do it. Anyone who has to miss it, replay crew will be a thing. I figured we should because that was our send off for finishing the 50 Shades series. I just didn't have it ready last week because everything with the stove. Yeah, Mount Etna erupts frequently. I know. I've seen. Yeah, it's not going to blast out its side like Mount St. Helens or blow itself apart like Krakatoa. It's more like Kilauea, frequent, short, non-destructive blasts. Okay, at least that's better. The only things that matter are a good bed and a freezer filled with vodka, and some sunny weather, Mikhail said. I don't care about anything else. Right. Well, I forgot this is going to be just another trip of binge drinking. Now I feel bad for not being an alcoholic like the rest of you, I replied with a grimace of mock irritation. I'm hungry. I had my last meal back in Warsaw. Can we get a move on and eat out today? I can already taste that pizza and wine. Seriously, you're in Italy and you're going for pizza? Girl, set your sights a little higher. Spoken like the absolutely not alcoholic aficionado of large quantities of wine and champagne, Martin said with a smirk, wrapping his great arm around my shoulders. All similarly hungry, we unpacked our things quickly and after 15 minutes met in the corridor between our rooms. With what little time I had, unfortunately, I didn't have the opportunity to adequately prepare myself for going out. But on my way to the room earlier, I'd been mentally combing through the contents of my baggage. I wanted something that would end up the least crumpled after the long trip. Finally, I picked a long black dress with a metal cross at the back, a pair of black flip-flops, and a black leather fringe bag, a gold watch, and large round earrings. I'd hastily applied some eyeliner and mascara, touched up my earlier work, which was already fading after the flight, then powdered my face lightly. I'd grabbed a tube of gold speckled lip gloss and drew a line along my lips without looking in the mirror. Carolina and Mikhail shot me surprised glances as I left the room. They were still in the same clothes they'd had on during the flight. How did you manage to change clothes already? You look like you've had hours to prepare. She changed into a fucking dress and spent 2 minutes doing makeup. I could do that right now. Carolina muttered as we were walking to the elevator. Well, I shrugged. I've got your talent for excessive drinking, but I have a trick or two up my sleeve too. I prepare in my head so I can ready myself in a couple of minutes. I do this too. All right, quit it with the chit chat. Let's go have a drink, Martin boomed. All four of us crossed the hotel lobby to the exit. Giardini Nikos at night was a beautiful, picturesque place. Oh, so this is where they are. I guess this is the name of a town or something? The narrow, winding streets pulsated with life and music. There were all kinds of people everywhere, from young partygoers to mothers with children. Sicily only woke up after sundown, it seemed. The scorching heat of the day was too much for everyone to go out earlier. We reached the densely populated Port District. There were dozens of restaurants, bars, and cafes along the seafront. I'm about to die of hunger here, Carolina said. And my blood alcohol content is definitely too low, added Mikal. Looking at this place, it'll be perfect. He pointed to a restaurant by the beach called Tortuga. It was a classy place with glass tables, white chairs and sofas, and candles everywhere. Overhead, enormous sheets of white sailcloth waved and rippled in the wind, making it seem like it was floating. The restaurant was divided into cozy nooks enclosed by heavy wooden beams supporting the cloth roofing. The effect was magical, bright and breezy, and simply perfect. The prices were a bit steep, but it was filled with people. Martin waved at the waiter. With a quick incentive of a few euros, we were sitting comfortably and reading the menu in no time. My dress did nothing to make me blend in with my surroundings. I felt everyone's eyes on me. With all that white, my black outfit made me stand out like a black beacon. I'm feeling watched, but who could have known we'd end up in a big milk jug? I whispered to Martin with a stupid, apologetic smile. He took a quizzical look around, leaned into my ear, and whispered, "You're paranoid, babe. Besides, you look astonishing. Let them look." I'm not sure if that's meant to be helpful or not. I scanned the place again. At first glance, nobody was looking my way, but I had this strange feeling of being watched nevertheless. I pushed away the nagging thought of having inherited some kind of mental disease from my mother and focused on the menu. Okay, is everybody going to be mentally ill in this? He's having hallucinations. She's paranoid, even though we know she's being watched. I quickly found my favorite, grilled octopus, and chose a rose prosecco. The waiter, despite being a Sicilian, was also an Italian. What? You do know Sicily's in fucking Italy, don't you? I'm getting the impression this book was written by a really, really, really racist person. The waiter, despite being a Sicilian, was also an Italian, which meant we couldn't expect anything to be done fast. Suck my dick. We'd have to wait a good long while before he came back to take our order. I have to go to the restroom, I said, my eyes darting around. There was a small door by the beautiful wooden bar in the corner of the restaurant. I headed that way. I passed through, but it was just the dishwashing room. I turned back only to hit the stone hard chest of a tall man. Frowning and rubbing my forehead, I raised my eyes. The man in front of me was handsome. An Italian. Haven't I seen him somewhere before? His icy stare transfixed me. I couldn't move as he gazed at me with his black eyes. Okay, something's wrong with people here. There was something in him that terrified me. I froze. "You seem to be lost," he said in perfect fluid English with an immaculate British accent. "I can help you if you tell me what you're looking for." He smiled, presenting a set of perfectly straight white teeth, and placed a hand on my back between my shoulder blades, touching my naked skin. He pushed me gently in the right direction and led me to the door. Feeling his touch made shivers run down my spine. It made walking no easier. I was lightheaded, bewildered. I couldn't speak. The only thing I could do was smile, or rather grimace. This is getting so stupid. I headed back to Martin, and with all these emotions running through me, I completely forgot why I had left our table in the first place. As I returned, my friends were already having their drinks, so she didn't actually go to the bathroom. Like, girl, you're gonna pee your pants. They had managed to down one round already and were ordering another. I collapsed on the sofa, grabbed my glass of Prosecco, and finished it in one gulp. At the same time, the glass still at my lips, I gestured to the waiter that I needed another one. Martin shot me an amused glance. You boozer, he laughed. And you tell me I have a problem with alcohol. I just needed a drink, I replied, a bit daisy with the wine I had drunk too quickly. The restroom has to be a magical place if that's the way it worked on you. Hearing that, I glanced around nervously in search of the tall Italian who had made my legs shake like that, like they had on the day I'd ridden a motorbike after getting my driver's license. They're gonna fuck on a motorcycle at some point, I bet you anything. And he'd be pretty easy to spot in the white interior. Just like me, he wore black. Loose black linen trousers, black shirt with a wooden rosary sticking out from beneath the collar, and black loafers. I might have only glimpsed the man, but I remembered him well. Yep, we're doing they have that magnetic attraction to each other and star-crossed lovers and blah, blah, blah. Except he's evil and she's stupid. Laura, Mikal's voice pulled me out of my reverie. Stop staring at people and have a drink. I didn't even notice the second glass of Prosecco arriving at our table. I decided to take my time with it, though I felt the urge to pour it all into my mouth just like the first one. My legs were still shaky. Dinner was served and we devoured it. The octopus was perfect, accompanied only by small sweet tomatoes. Martin got a gigantic squid, into pieces and scattered over his plate with garlic and coriander. That sounds disgusting. Holy shit, Martin exclaimed, suddenly jumping to his feet. Do you know what time it is? It's past midnight. So, Laura, happy birthday to you, he sang. Mikal and Carolina stood too and joined in the merry, loud, and raucous rendition of the birthday song. The other guests were looking at us, intrigued, and then joined in as well, singing in Italian. The restaurant reverberated with loud applause, and all I wanted to do was vanish. Yeah, I would really hate it if somebody did that to me. I was not the person that liked when, like, the staff came around and sang happy birthday at a restaurant. Like, I'm sorry, that needs to die. I hated that stupid tune. I didn't think anybody really likes it. Nobody really knows how to behave as everyone is singing it. Sing along, clap their hands, smile like an idiot. All options seemed bad, and you were just left at the center of attention looking out of place. With a fake smile plastered to my face, I rose and waved at everyone, bowing and thanking them for their wishes. I would not have gone nearly that far. You just had to do this to me, didn't you? I growled at Martin, the smile still stretching my lips. Reminding me of my age isn't too polite. Besides, did you have to involve everyone? Okay, I have a serious question. What is the boyfriend gonna do when she gets kidnapped? Is he just gonna fly back home and like forget about her? Is he gonna stay and look for her? Are the henchmen gonna kill him so she has nothing to go back to? What about the friends? Like, or is this just gonna be a world where, like, you know, police and FBI don't exist, Interpol doesn't exist? Ugh. I knocked my fan off when I. I think it's lost in translation, even though they were in Sicily, they were in Italian. They were Italian, maybe. But, like, I don't know. It's very weirdly phrased. Oh, time for another shout out because I said I would try to do it 3 times a night. Reminder to everyone, we have ducks to be sponsored. We have random ducks. For $10, we have painted ducks. Also for $10 each. Please specify if you buy a painted duck. We have handcuffs for 25, which, gotta say, for once, not so inclined tonight. But if you would like to make me chug a glass of wine, which I'm going to refill, because God do I need it, for $50, I will chug the entire glass. I'm pretty sure it will stay down at this point. or for a $100 donation, I will put on the spike bra for the remainder of the stream. I know I'm thinking too much. I'm thinking more than the author did, I have no doubt. But oh my god. Because, like, yeah, she's not a single woman, like, traveling by herself where, if she disappears, it's going to be a few days before anyone back home figures that out. She's with people. She's with a boyfriend. Well, babe, it seems the truth is a hard pill to swallow, but by way of apology, I've ordered your favorite drink. The waiter approached with 4 tall glasses and a bottle of Moet and Chandon Rosé in a bucket filled with ice. Oh, I love it, I squealed, jumping up and down and clapping my hands like a little girl. Please don't tell me we're going to have infantilizing in this too. My glee wasn't unnoticed by the waiter who had opened the bottle and filled our glasses. He then smiled at me widely and put the cooler and the nearly empty bottle on the table as he left. Na zdrowie, called Carolina in Polish, raising her glass. You know what? I gotta do it. Na zdrowie. May you find what you are looking for and always have what you want and fulfill all your dreams. Cheers. We clinked glasses and drank the champagne. Okay, is it champagne or rosé? Because you called it rosé. After midnight, the restaurant turned into a club. The colorful lighting drastically changed the atmosphere of the place. The elegant, classy, white and sterile interior suddenly exploded with all kinds of gaudy colors. The white was all the more understandable now. With a bit of lighting, you could easily change the character of the room. I really had to go to the restroom now. This time, however, I decided to find it with some help. The waiter pointed me in the right direction, and I elbowed my way through the crowd towards the ladies' room. When I had that strange feeling of being watched again, I stopped and took a careful look around. On a pedestal, leaning over one of the window frames, stood the black-clothed man, pinning me with his icy stare again. He measured me with his eyes, his face showing no emotion. He looked like your typical Italian, though he might have been the least typical man I'd ever seen. His black hair cascaded down his forehead. His jaw was covered with a meticulously trimmed dark stubble. His lips were full and well-defined. Perfectly suited to pleasure a woman, I thought. Ew! And who the fuck has that thought? His stare was cold and piercing. It was the stare of a wild animal just waiting to pounce. Seeing him from that distance, I realized just how tall he was. He loomed over the women standing nearby. He must have been at least 6'3". I don't know how much time passed with us just staring into each other's eyes. It might have stopped for all I cared. My bewildered stupor was broken by a man who walked into me on his way somewhere. With all that staring, I was rigid and numb at the same time, so I just wheeled around on one foot and toppled to the ground. You okay? The man in black asked, appearing suddenly at my side. If not for the fact that I saw it wasn't you who walked into him this time, I would have thought bumping into people was your way of picking up guys. Okay, so this I assume is Massimo. He's tracked her down and is now awkwardly staring at her and kind of hitting on her. Like, is he gonna take her from here, from the club? He grabbed me by the elbow and lifted me up effortlessly. He was so strong it seemed like I didn't weigh a pound. This time I gathered my wits. The alcohol made me braver. I would have thought the problem is that you're always in my way, pretending to be a wall or a crane, I retorted, shooting him the coldest stare I could muster. You've never met. I feel like there's a missing scene. He withdrew, but kept his eyes focused on me, looking me up and down as if he couldn't believe I was real. You've been watching me this whole evening, haven't you? I asked fiercely. I might be paranoid sometimes, but when I have a hunch, I'm rarely wrong. The man smirked. I watch the club, he replied. I supervise the staff, check on the guests, look for women in need of a wall or a crane. I found his response amusing and discomforting in equal parts. Discomfiting. Seriously, I'm about to spell this. Somebody check if this is a real word, and there's a puppy. Discomfiting. I don't think that's a real word. Yes, cerebellum. That is totally. Yes, yes, yes. Come here. Up. Here we go. It's a puppy. Look at it. Look at the puppy. Yep, you smell like the couch. You're a puppy. Did you know that? Did you know that you're a puppy? Puppy. Oh, you're so pretty. You're so warm. Oh, you're all nice and warm. I love you so much. You're so warm. You're so warm. Yeah. Oh, he was so happy last night. He was all snuggled up in my boobs, wrapped up in a blankie, and just cuddling and went right to sleep. Yeah. Yeah, you just got pressed right up against me and went right to sleep. All warm and snuggled, under the blankie, wrapped up like a baby. Blankie. All. See, sometimes I know what words make his ears. Discomfit. Make someone feel uneasy or embarrassed. Okay. You're a good boy. Yeah. You're a good boy. Yes, you're so sleepy. Yes. Uh, okay. Say goodnight to the sleepy baby. Yes, sleepy baby. She's a sleepy little dove. Little darling. Yes. Little sleepy boo. Oh, he's so cute. He's so cute. He's so cute. Yes, you're so cute. Cute puppy. You're so cute. Yes, you are. Okay. Okay, time to snuggle on your pillow. Good belly. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Oh, his whiskers. Yes, you have bristly little whiskers. Yes, you do. Good night out. I sometimes have a tail. And whenever he notices his tail, he seems to be annoyed by its presence. In that case, thank you for being my crane. Have a good night. I sent him a provocative gaze and headed towards the restroom. When he stayed behind, I sighed with relief. At least this time I didn't look like a complete idiot. Had been able to speak like a normal person. You've never met this person before. I swear to God I haven't skipped anything. See you around, Laura, I heard him say. I spun on my heel, but the man in black was nowhere to be seen anymore. How did he know my name? Had he been eavesdropping on us? No, he couldn't have. I would have noticed him. Carolina grabbed me by the hand all of a sudden. Come on, or you'll never reach the ladies' room and we'll be stuck here forever. When we finally returned to our table, there was another bottle of Moet waiting for us. Yeah, no, if I'm sorry, if some like really creepy, like staring at me guy suddenly said my name in a foreign country, I'm taking my boyfriend and we're leaving. Now. Honest to God, I'd probably change hotels too. Well, well, I see we're not skimping on the drinks today, darling, I said with a laugh. I thought you ordered it, Martin replied, visibly surprised. I already paid and we wanted to leave. I'm so not drinking that. I took a look around the club and I knew it wasn't a mistake. The bottle arrived at that moment on purpose. He was still watching me. Okay, this is where you like alert the friends and boyfriend and be like, call the polizia. Okay, somebody dial 999. It's probably on the house after your happy birthday. They couldn't leave us with nothing, Carolina said. But since it's already here, drink up. Hi, doggy on my leg. Ooh, we need to trim your nails. Yes, do you want up? Come on. Up. Come on, you can do it. Or you can lay down, that's okay. Sometimes I swear he's like, come on, lay down on the pillow with me. It's really great. Lay down on the pillow with me, Mommy. Come on. Yeah, I'm sorry. Pillow's all yours. Probably thinks my bed is a giant pillow. All right, come on, up. Oh, you little baby. You're such a toddler. Yes, you're just being a toddler. You just need mommy's cuddles and then you're gonna go back to sleep. Yeah. Yes, you are. You'll go back to sleep until later. Yes, you will. Come here, my baby. Yes, you're my baby. Okay, let's read some book with the puppy. We can manage. If he mutes me, let me know. He doesn't know what that is. I fidgeted on the sofa until the bottle was finished, wondering about the man dressed in black, wondering about who that man dressed in black had been. Why he had looked at me like that. How did he know my name? He spent the rest of the evening wandering around clubs, only returning to the hotel when the sun was rising. Oh my god! Because I was curious, I had to Google 112 is the emergency number in Italy. Okay. I was and it's 999 long. Is Italy one of those countries that has, because I know in England, because they get so much tourism, if you dial 911, which is what like people from North America are used to, it will actually connect you to 999. If you dial 911 in Italy, will it work? So it's 112. But this is a piece of advice I have given to people that were traveling in Europe was look up what 911 is in the country you're going to, because it's not 911 everywhere, and if you're in an emergency, you need to know that number. One of them was somebody who was about to travel with 2 kids under 10. I was like, yeah, make sure you know the fucking number for 911 where you're going. And also make sure you have a currency converter app on your phone so you know how much money you're actually spending. These are my 2 big tips for traveling abroad. And that, and don't take anything you're not willing to lose. Like, one thing that's great for kids, if they have like a favorite stuffed animal that you know they just can't sleep without that one stuffed animal, travel stuffies. Don't let them bring the cherished thing from home. I promise you they will lose it. No, no, no. You go out and you buy a travel stuffy that is specifically your cuddle toy for when we're traveling. I woke with a terrible headache. Oh, right. Moet. I adore champagne, but the hangovers it causes are the worst. What normal person binges on champagne? With the last of the strength I could muster, I crawled out of bed and reached the bathroom. I rummaged through my toiletry bag and found my painkillers, taking 3 and returning straight to bed. When I came to a few hours later, Martin was gone and I could hear the sounds of people lounging in and around the pool. I needed to get up and catch some sun. It was my vacation after all. Energized with that thought, I took a quick shower, jumped into a bikini, and 30 minutes later was ready for sunbaking. Mikal and Carolina were sprawled on the chaise lounges by the pool, sipping on ice cold wine. Here, it's medicine, Mikal said, passing me a plastic cup. I'm afraid plastic's all they've got. Regulations. This is true. In a lot of places, you can't have glass around the pool because it's just too dangerous. Which I do agree with. A lot of bars are getting away from like glass. Though they've got like plastic that looks like glass now, so I'm fine with that. Thank you, Cerebellum. Google results state that 911 from a mobile will usually connect you to 112, but it will not from a landline. And in typical legal disclaimer, it is always best practice to dial the local emergency number. Yeah. You should always, yeah, there's certain information you should always have before you travel. The wine was delicious, cold and wet. I downed the glass in one go. Have you seen Martin? He wasn't there when I woke up. He's working in the lobby. The internet was too bad in the room, Carolina explained. Right. Man's best friend. The laptop. And work was Martin's favorite lover. I lay down on the chaise and spent the rest of the day alone with only the constantly smooching couple next to me. Once in a while, Mikal would push away from Carolina and exclaim, "Look at those tits at passing women." I'm sorry, he's making out with his girlfriend and pushes her away, stops kissing her to go, "Wow, look at the tits on her." What? Like the ways I would slit the guy's throat. Like, I genuinely don't mind if I am with someone and they look at other women, as long as it is respectful. That was not respectful, and I would have serious problem with it. Not the looking, but the disrespect, both to me and to the woman he's ogling. Because if you're making out with me, you better be concentrating on me. And again, don't mind if you notice that other women have great tits, but shouting it out like that, no. He's pretending to be asleep so I don't move him. Want to grab some lunch? He asked at one point. I'll go fetch Martin. That man can enjoy a proper vacation with that laptop of his. He got up, put on a t-shirt, and headed to the lobby. Sometimes I can't stand him. I turned to Carolina and she stared at me, eyes wide. I'll never be number one with him, you know? More important than work, friends, or hobbies. Sometimes I think he's just with me because he's got nothing better to do. It's a bit like having a dog. You pet it when you want, play around a little bit, But when you're bored, you just shoo it away. It's there for you, not the other way around, right? Don't drag dogs into this! And also, that's not how you treat a pet. Martin spends more time chatting with his friends on Facebook than with me at home, not to mention in bed. Okay, if he's looking at his laptop in bed, you have the right to beat him to death with it. Maybe she likes to look too. Yeah, again, no problem with either of them looking. But yeah, your husband's in the doghouse if he does that. I bet. I bet he's digging a basement to the doghouse if he does that. Like, seriously, guy's in the middle of kissing you and breaks off to go, wow, look at her tits, and another woman. Like, this is like cause for divorce. Look at the puppy. I'm sorry. Am I being too loud for you? Am I being too loud while you're trying to sleep on my desk and in my arms where you shouldn't be? Huh? Huh? And like, seriously, if you know you're never going to be number one with someone, leave them immediately. You're just wasting your time. Carolina rolled to the side and popped up on an elbow. You know, Laura, relationships are like that sometimes. Passion just vanishes at some point. Well, then it better be really good in every other way if you're staying. Otherwise, get out. But after a year and a half? Not even that. Am I that ugly? Is something wrong with me? Is it wrong that I just want to have a good fuck once in a while? I'm sorry, a grown ass, professionally successful, hot as fuck woman just said this? No, she didn't. So everybody's horrible in this. Carolina jumped to her feet with a laugh and gestured to me to get up. You need a drink. Overthinking it won't change a thing. Or how about you admit he's not into you and you leave? Just look around. It's perfect and you're beautiful and so thin. If not Martin, you'll find someone else. Come on. I know that's meant to be encouraging, but it's so sick. I threw on a light floral tunic, wrapped my beach scarf into a turban, and put on my Ralph Lauren sunglasses, followed Carolina to the bar in the lobby. So these people just drink constantly. My companion went to her room for a while to leave her bag and asked me call about lunch plans. Passion waxes and wanes, that's natural, also why relationships take work. Oh, yeah, fair enough. But it sounds like either she doesn't want to be in it or he doesn't want her or like, because after a year and a half, like, honestly, for me, after like a year, I'm seriously expecting to be talking about marriage because if we're not, I'm not wasting my time. Our men aren't downstairs. I went to the bar and waved at the bartender asking for 2 glasses of cold Prosecco. That's just what I needed. That's it? I heard a man's voice behind me. I thought your heart belongs to Moet. Or however that's spelled. It's Moet, but the E's got those 2 little dots above it. So I'm probably not pronouncing that correctly. I turned around and froze. There he was, standing right in front of me. Only he wasn't the man in black anymore. He wore off-white linen pants and a bright shirt. It was the perfect counterpoint to his sun-kissed skin. He pulled his sunglasses lower down his nose and fixed me with that cold stare of his again. He called out to the bartender in Italian. As soon as the mysterious man arrived, the man behind the counter had pointedly ignored everyone else, stayed at attention and for my stalker's order. So he's very much like Gray because he's stuck. Again, I feel like there's missing scenes in this. Hidden behind my sunglasses, I felt especially courageous and gutsy today, furious and hungover. Why do I get the feeling you're following me? I asked, crossing my arms. He raised his right hand and slowly took my glasses off to see my eyes. Okay, security! Like, seriously. I'm like, seriously. I How are you tolerating this? Because, like, all of the warning signs. It felt like he was taking away my shield. Suddenly I was out in the open. It's not a feeling, he said, looking me straight in the eyes. It's not a coincidence either. Happy 29th birthday, Laura. May the coming year be the best of your life, he whispered, and placed a delicate kiss on my cheek. Now I'm calling the police. Get away from me. Serious? Who would just tolerate this? Seriously. You're on vacation in a foreign country and some mystery guy stares at you all night in a club, talks to you, calls you by name when he shouldn't know your name. Now he's in the hotel lobby bar and he's taking sunglasses off your face and kissing you and admitted that yes, he's stalking you. Some people are too stupid to live. I was so shocked that I just stood there, dumbfounded and mute. How did he know my age? How the hell did he find me on the other end of town? The bartender's voice shook me out of that train of thought, and I turned his way. He was just setting a bottle of rose moet on a small colorful cupcake with a single candle on the counter. God damn it. I spun to face the man in black, who had vanished in the meantime. Again. Girl, do not eat that food. They're in it for comfort and familiarity of stability, all the wrong reasons, yeah. I mean, if you want a marriage of convenience and that's your requirements in it and you're happy like that, fine. I believe, contractual marriages can work, but you gotta be honest about it. Well, well, Carolina said with a smile, approaching the bar. We were supposed to have a glass of Prosecco, and suddenly I find another bottle of champagne waiting for me. I shrugged and scanned my surroundings nervously in search of the mystery man, but he wasn't there. I pulled out a credit card and offered to the bartender. In mangled English, he refused the payment, assuring me the tab had already been paid. Carolina glanced at him with a charming smile, grabbed the cooler with the bottle and cups, and went straight back to the pool. I blew out the candle on the cupcake and followed her. I was pissed off to say the least, but also disoriented and intrigued. There were dozens of different scenarios playing out in my head, suggesting different personalities for the mystery man. Okay, what, she has no sense of self-preservation at all? She's not finding this creepy or weird? Like, seriously? The first thing that came to my mind was that he was some kind of pervert. Go with the feeling. But it didn't entirely agree with the images. Hi, Deacon! He's stalked her back to the hotel. Um, he talked to her at the hotel bar alone, knew how old she was, took her sunglasses off her face and leaned in and kissed her, and she's still finding nothing wrong. He also admitted that yes, he's stalking her, and she finds nothing wrong with this and did not alert security or react to mystery guy coming up to her who knows her favorite drink, her age, her name, and kissed her on the cheek and then vanished. So we've discovered she has no sense of self-preservation. Much like Anastasia Steele. The first thing that came to mind was that he was some kind of pervert, but that didn't entirely agree with the image of the breathtakingly handsome Italian. Okay, I'm sorry, just because somebody is handsome doesn't mean they're not a pervert. He was probably spending more time trying to avoid admirers than actively seeking them out. Judging by his shoes and expensive clothes, he was far from broke, and he had mentioned something about checking up on guests in that club. So my next theory was that he was the manager there, but that wouldn't explain what he was doing at the hotel. I shook my head, trying to get rid of the nagging thoughts and reach for a cup. What do I care? I thought, sipping the champagne. It must be a coincidence after all. She really is too stupid. She really is too stupid. Like, girl, like, have you not seen the movie Taken? Like, come near. Come near. Come on, you're too heavy. Okay, say goodbye to the puppy. He's going back to his pillow. Thank you for being a good puppy, but mommy. Bo's a good boy. Yes, Bo's a good boy. Yes, Bo's a good boy. There we go. Good boy. Yeah. Just lay down on your pillow, okay? Yes. Don't give me the sad face. You're fine. He'll be asleep in 2 minutes. Yes, he really needs a nap. No, I think he's heading for the puppy bed. When we finished the bottle, our men arrived, looking happy. So, how about that lunch? Okay, so these two women have had an entire bottle of champagne on top of a glass or two before that, and it's like lunchtime. Your cat is Mo? Aw, that's a good name for a kitty. He's like, you about to take me out of your arms? I know, he doesn't like it. He doesn't like when he's put down, because, he'd rather be held and cuddled, because puppy. Like, I'm telling you, if I had one of those, like, baby carriers and put him in it, his life would be perfect. Yes, Deacon's cat, Butters. I still owe Butters some pets and ear scritches for the time I made him. You laughed really loud and he, like, did the startled cat jump off your lap. The champagne I had drunk today and last evening made me combative. I was furious with his carefree attitude. She really is a horrible person. What the fuck, Martin? I snapped. It's my birthday and you vanish for hours and don't even care what I'm doing or how I'm feeling. And now you just show up and simply ask about lunch. Yeah, she drunk. Girl drunk. And horrible. She also sounds like she's a 14-year-old spoiled brat here and not a successful professional of 29. Enough. Enough of this. It's always about you. I always do what you want, and you always tell me what to do. I'm never the most important thing in your life, and lunchtime was hours ago. I wrapped my tunic more tightly around me, grabbed my bag, and stormed off to the lobby. I crossed the hall and found myself on the street. Okay, so you drunk? I'm sorry, but she's a horrible person. Like, she's a horrible, like, racist, vain, spoiled brat. Like, is the author going for, like, a Taming of the Shrew thing here? I crossed the hall and found myself on the street. My eyes were watering. I put my glasses on and started walking. The streets of Giardini were lovely. There were trees speckled with flowers growing all along the pavement. The buildings were well cared for and beautiful. Sadly, my state of mind didn't allow me to really take in the charm of the place. I felt so alone. I realized I was crying, tears flowing freely down my cheeks. Racked with sobs, I nearly ran. Was I running away from something? The sun was slowly setting, but still I walked. When the first wave of anger abated, I became aware of just how much my feet hurt. My wedge-heeled flip-flops, despite being a work of art, were no shoes for long walks. I noticed a small cafe in one of the nooks and crannies of the town. It was the perfect place to catch my breath, and I found one of the items on the menu was sparkling wine. Yeah, because you need more alcohol. I sat down outside watching the serene surface of the sea. An old woman brought me a glass of wine and said something in Italian, gently stroking my hand. Jesus, I didn't even have to understand the words to know what she was talking about. That all men were bastards unworthy of our tears. I sat at the table and stared out at the sea until it grew dark. I wouldn't have been able to get up after how much I had to drink. Great, so now you're so drunk you can't get up. That's great. But meanwhile, I had ordered a quattro formaggio, meaning 4 cheese, pizza, that had turned out to be a better salve for my sadness than the wine. Or you just really needed food. You're very drunk. Like, keep in mind, she hasn't eaten all fucking day, and she's had probably 8 or 9 drinks. Better than the best champagne. I felt ready to return and face what I had left by running away. Calmly and slowly, I headed back to the hotel. Hi, Cerebellum. I was wondering where you'd gone. Yeah, YouTube crashing will do that. Also, I applaud your use of the word ack. It is an underused word. So, in case you missed it, she's been drinking all day. Mystery guy showed up at the hotel, admitted that he was stalking her, took her sunglasses off her face, kissed her, and then vanished, leaving her another bottle of champagne, which she drank with the friend. She's very, 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 very drunk. Got mad at her boyfriend for no reason, and then ran off into a foreign city and is now sitting at a cafe, continuing to drink in the dark alone. The winding streets were nearly deserted. They were too far from the main boulevard running along the coast. 2 black SUVs passed me by. I had seen cars like those before, back at the airport. The night was hot. I was drunk. My birthday was ending, and everything felt wrong. I turned when the walkway ended and realized I had no idea where I was. Yeah, duh. Shit. Me and my sense of direction. I looked around, but the only thing I could see were the lights of approaching cars. Okay, also why you don't go wandering off. End of chapter. Ugh. Oh, Deacon, she was racist for a couple of comments of like, why don't people in Italy speak English? And oh, he's Italian, therefore they're really slow with the service. And for being Italian, he's good looking and blah blah blah. Your 3 cats are Persephone, Osiris, and Isis. Yes, I had kitties named Isis. In Italy, yes, they are in Italy. Though apparently she doesn't know that Sicily is part of Italy. She seems to think Sicily is its own country, which it's not. Yeah, I mean, like, how dare people in Italy speak Italian? Really? I still know nothing about statistics yet. You'll get there, Deacon. I have faith in you. Everyone in the chat tell Deacon we have faith in them. And they're very studious academics. I'm hoping the Chug Fairy pays a visit before the end of the evening because I would really like to down one of these really bad. I think my stomach will handle it now. Chapter 2. When I opened my eyes, it was night. I looked around and realized I still had no idea where I was. I was lying in an enormous bed. Oh, so is this post-kidnapping? Did we just skip over the kidnapping? Because she was very, very drunk. So drunk she couldn't stand. And saw car lights coming towards her, and now she's waking up in a weird place. Let's see. I looked around and realized I still had no idea where I was. I was lying in an enormous bed in a room faintly lit. Is it just me, or does it suck some of the tension out of what's supposed to be like a tense, dramatic scene because everything is third person? If this is first person, it'd be more compelling. Excuse me. I was lying in an enormous bed in a room faintly lit only by the street lamps outside. My head hurt and I needed to puke. What the hell happened? Where was I? I tried getting up but didn't have the strength. I felt like I weighed a ton. Even my head was too heavy to lift from the pillow. I closed my eyes and fell back into unconsciousness. When I came to again, it was still dark. How long had I been asleep? Maybe it was the next night? There was no clock anywhere, and I didn't have my bag or my phone with me. This time I managed to push myself up and sit on the edge of the bed. For a while I waited for my head to stop spinning. There was a night lamp by the bed. When its light filled the room, I saw part of an old house. I didn't know this place. And notice how she's not immediately freaking out. Like, again, what the fuck? The window frames were gigantic and richly carved. Opposite the great wooden bed, there was an enormous stone fireplace, the kind I'd only ever seen in the movies. There were old wooden beams running across the ceiling. They matched the color of the window frames. Yeah, the book would make a lot more sense if it was a horror or ghost story. Absolutely. Yeah, there's nothing romantic. The room was comfortable, classy, and very Italian. I walked towards the window and went out to the balcony overlooking a garden. The view was breathtaking. Hey, the picture I found sounds somewhat accurate. The thumbnail picture. I froze hearing the word. Oh, good to see you're awake. I froze hearing the words. My heart must have skipped a beat. I turned around and saw a young Italian. I knew he was a local by the accent with which he had spoken to me in English. His appearance only reinforced my assumption. He wasn't tall, just like 70% of Italians I'd seen. Suck it, racist bitch. He had long, dark hair that flowed freely over his shoulders, delicate facial features, and very large lips. A beautiful boy, you might say. He wore an immaculate, elegant suit, but it did nothing to make him look any more adult. He evidently worked out. His shoulders were wide. Those two have nothing to do with each other. Where am I? Why am I here? I barked, stomping towards the man. Why don't you go and refresh yourself? I'll be back for you and you'll learn everything, he said and walked out, shutting the door behind him. Okay, that's not fucking cause for panic. Are you kidding me? He had left me. Well, it was me who was scared witless by this whole situation. I tried prying the door open, but it was no use. The man must have used a key to lock me in. I swore under my breath. I was completely helpless. Okay, you said there's a window that leads out into a garden. Jump out the window and run. There was another door by the fireplace. I opened it and turned the light on, revealing a spectacular bathroom. There was a gigantic bathtub in the middle, a dressing table in the corner right next to a sink with a tall mirror. In the opposite corner, there was a shower that could probably fit an entire football team. It had no shower caddy or walls, only a large glass panel and a floor made out of minuscule mosaic tiles. The bathroom was probably as large as Martin's entire apartment. Martin, he must be worried sick. Or maybe not. Maybe he's happy he got me out of his hair? What, bitch? This is somebody you've been, like, fucking and living with for a year and a half, and you're realizing that you've been taken somewhere against your will, the door is locked, and your thought is, oh, maybe my boyfriend's glad to be rid of me? Like, that also makes no sense for somebody as arrogant and vain as she is to think like that. Like, she's displaying multiple personality traits, and I don't mean multiple personalities, I mean multiple space personality traits that don't go together. I felt another pang of anger, this time laced with fear caused by the situation I had gotten myself into. Great, so because she was drunk and alone, we're going to blame her for her kidnapping? This author can extremely suck it. I walked up to the mirror and gazed at myself. I looked good. Incredibly good, in fact. My skin was tan brown and I appeared well rested. The bags I had under my eyes lately had vanished. Well, getting wasted and sleeping for God knows how long apparently works for her. Hi! Look who's back. Hi! Okay, you were all snuggled under your puppy bed. You were so nice and warm and snuggled. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? You said he wanted to encourage people to sponsor ducks and make me chug. I don't write the puppy, that's what he said. Yes. You're not falling asleep. No, you're not falling asleep. No, you're not falling asleep, little puppy. You're not a sleepy little doggy. No, you're not falling asleep at all. His eyes are closing. Yeah, 'cause you're very, very sleepy. You're very sleepy. Yes, you are. You're so sleepy. Yeah. You're just a sleepy doggy. Yeah. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're just so sleepy. You're just so sleepy. Yes, you are. You are just so sleepy. Do we know if this author has actually talked to any victims of kidnapping, or is this coming from her mind? I am going to go out on a very strong limb and say, no, she's never talked to anyone who was the victim of a kidnapping. This is just out of her head. Okay, Mr. Sleepy Doggy. Okay, Mummy will be all yours in about an hour and a bit, okay? I need to finish reading, and then I have to do the video to rank all the therapists, and then I promise you can cuddle all you want. Yes, you're so sleepy. He's literally falling asleep. He's so tired. Yes. So you're going to go back under your puppy bed. You're going to curl up and be nice and warm and have a nap nap. Yes, time for nap naps. Okay. Love, 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 love. Yes, you sleepy boy. Go on. Go make yourself all comfy and warm. Yes. Yes, I love you. Yes, I love you. He needs to be told this like a minimum of 100 times a day. Ugh. Oh, now there's something in my eye. Damn it. I was still dressed in the black tunic and the bikini I'd been wearing on my birthday when I had run from the hotel. How was I supposed to refresh myself without my stuff? I dropped my clothes and took a shower, grabbing a fluffy white bathrobe from the hanger. Here you go. Refreshed. Okay, I feel like we're missing a lot here because I'm sorry. If I wake up in a strange place, I don't know where I am, and some mystery guy is like, "Yeah, just go get yourself cleaned up, honey." And I'm in a locked-in room, I'm sure as fuck not getting naked. I'm definitely not getting naked and I'm not taking a shower and putting on a bathrobe. That is not happening. Like, nobody acts like this. Nobody would act like this in this situation, ever. Like, they'd be jumping out the window, beating the door down, screaming to high heaven. But you don't go take a shower because some rando guy was like, go refresh yourself. I'll come back and tell you what's going on later. No! As I walked around the room where I had woken up looking for any clues to my whereabouts, the door opened. The young Italian was there again. With a wide gesture, he showed me out. We walked down a long corridor decorated with flower pots. The house was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the street lamps outside, shining through the numerous windows. We weaved our way through the labyrinth of corridors until the man stopped by a door and opened it. He shut it behind me, staying outside. This room must have been a library. The walls were lined with bookshelves and paintings in heavy, dark frames. There was another beautiful stone fireplace in the middle, with fire burning brightly within. Around it stood soft dark green sofas stacked with dozens of pillows in various shades of gold. Ew, tacky. There was a small table next to one of them, with a champagne cooler perched on top. I shuddered. Alcohol was the last thing I needed right now. Please have a seat. You didn't react well to the sleeping pills, and I had no idea you had a heart condition. Okay, I had avoided saying earlier that she'd been drugged when, like, she woke up, head spinny, can't stand up. So apparently, yes, she was drugged. And apparently has a heart condition. So he gave her sleeping pills on top of all of the alcohol. Gee, no wonder she reacted badly. And apparently he has her medical records now. Of course you would try to find a way to escape. She said there's a window that leads out to a garden. Jump out the window and fucking run. Adrenaline makes you think weird, and I think I might actually think better or fresh, but I've never been kidnapped before. Valid point. I haven't been kidnapped before, however, I've always been taught since I was little, never go to the second location. Now that's where they're gonna kill you, right? Yeah. "20 stories up and I just heard a car screech." I heard a man say, and noticed a silhouette standing on the balcony facing away from me. I didn't even flinch. "Have a seat, Laura. I will have to use force if you don't comply. I will not ask again." Okay, so setting the rules there, like, and like, I'm sorry, but go fuck yourself, whoever the fuck you are. Blood was pounding in my head. I could hear the thumping of my own heart. I was about to faint and could see dark spots floating in front of my eyes. Puppy! This book is just dumb advice? Yes, it is. Okay, what is going on? Come on. What's going on? What's going on? Now he's got his uh-oh, I'm in trouble face. Look at mommy. Look at me. This is the last cuddle. Then you go, look at me. Last cuddle, then you're going for a nap. You understand? Yes, I know. You don't like being held like that. Yeah, he never asked the first time he ordered. Like, seriously. And is it just me, or does it feel like there's missing scenes, like, in between every scene? Don't give me sorry puppy face. You know when you're being annoying. You know. You know I love you and you get plenty of attention. You don't need to bug me every 5 minutes. He's like, but I want to sleep like this. Can't I just stay here and sleep in your arms, mommy? Please? I'm being really cuddly. He's cold. Doesn't he have a sweater? He does. It's hanging up over the shower rail. We could get it and put it on him, should we? Do you want your sweater? Sweater? You want your sweater? Well, do you want your sweater? Should we get your sweater? All right, I will get up and get his sweater. Look at him. Look at him. He knows the word sweater. You want your sweater? Yeah, he knows. He's going to prepare for doggy going nuts. We'll be back in 2 seconds. He's standing up demanding it now. He's already running. He knows where it is. All right, we're going to get your sweater. Don't worry. What else did I knock down? Oh. Yes, come on. Yes, we're going to get your sweater, little puppy. Yes, you know exactly where it is. You're a puppy. Oh, you're so cute. Water. All right. You want this? Yeah? Oh, I know. Yes, I know you want your sweater. I know. I know. Don't whine. I know. I know. He's jumping up, going, gimme, 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 it's mine, it's mine, it's mine. Come here. No, come on, you gotta come up. Up, up. You want your sweater? Up. Come here. Yeah, there we go. Yes. He's like, it's mine, it's mine, it's mine. Sniff, 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 sniff. How dare you wash my sweater? How dare you? After I rolled in pee. Okay, you have to sit. Yes. Yes, I'm putting the sweater. See, he knows. He's like, put it on me. Put it on me. Put it on me. Come on. Come on. Put it on me. Yep. Give me the foot. There's the one foot. Yep. Yep. Give me the other foot. Jessica boy. He knows exactly how to put this on. Oh, come here. No, Bo, I'm trying to get your arm. Come here. No, you got to let me put the paw through the hole. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. There. Come here. There. There. Yes, are we happy now? Are we happy now, huh? Yeah. He's a happy boy now. Okay, can we go take our nap now, please? Okay, go have a nap. Yes. His tail is just going. Good boy. Yeah, good boy. Okay, time for you to go nap naps. So she's about to pass out, and he says the following. Why aren't you listening to me, god damn it? Because who the fuck are you? Go fuck yourself. Let me out of here. Where am I? I need a phone. Screw you. And I'm looking for the nearest sharp object. The silhouette leaped from the balcony into the room and caught me before I could collapse to the floor. I blinked, trying to clear my sight. I felt the man sitting me down in an armchair and putting an ice cube in my mouth. I thought he was going to say, like, on her forehead. Suck it. You've been asleep for nearly 2 days. How much drugs did you give this woman? The doctor gave you an IV so you didn't dehydrate, but you may feel thirsty and dizzy. I'm sorry, she didn't notice a mark like in the back of her hand or on her arm somewhere from an IV? Really? Because I kind of feel like I would notice that immediately, especially if I just took a shower. I knew that voice and that characteristic accent. I opened my eyes only to meet the icy cold animal stare. It was the same man I met at the hotel, in the restaurant, and, oh my God, at the airport. He was dressed the same way he'd been when we landed on Sicily. On Sicily. On Sicily. He was dressed the same way he had been when we landed on Sicily and when I had walked into his burly bodyguard. He was wearing a black suit with a black shirt with the top button undone. Very elegant and very imperious. I spat the ice cube into his face. Well, there we go. Yeah, seriously. I think it was about his sweater because he's happily under his puppy bed right now, so maybe he was cold. It is cold. It is according to, let's see, what does my phone say? Uh, Stupid unlock. It's minus 22. So it's dropped like 8 degrees since we started. So yeah, puppy might be cold. She said it said on. It said we landed on Sicily. Right? Ugh, I hate when things are mirrored. Right there. We landed on Sicily. It clearly says on. Yeah, Night, well, I'm not surprised you're more west than me. A lot more west, actually. There's a couple provinces in between us. Why am I here? Who are you, and how dare you keep me here? Okay, at least it's something. He swept away the water spattered over his face, picked the cold, translucent cube from the rug, and flung it into the fireplace. Answer me, you motherfucker, I screamed, momentarily forgetting my dizziness. I tried to jump to my feet, but he put his hands over my shoulders and pushed me back into the armchair. I told you to sit down. I will not tolerate any insubordination. Dude, are you unaware that you've just kidnapped someone? He growled, leaning over me with his hands propped on the armrest. Is he just gonna rape her straight off? Because I can see it happening. Furious, I raised my hand and slapped his face. Maybe not the best move, but I understand it. His eyes blazed with wild fury, and I shrank back in terror. The man rose very slowly, straightened out, and inhaled loudly through his nose. I was so afraid of what I had done, I stayed down, frozen, unable and unwilling to test his limits. I think you've already done that by slapping him. Duh. Is she in the military? No. I know, it's a very weird choice of words. Oh, and the snow is coming my way? Just my luck, the heat will go out over the holidays when it'll take like a week and a half to fix it. But don't worry, I got blankets I can bundle up in. Besides, last year the heat was out for like 3 weeks. It goes on and off all winter, and they pretend that it doesn't and lie their asses off to the city whenever anybody calls. Curious though, one time after he'd been off for 3 days, I call the city, and suddenly within 20 minutes, my apartment goes up like over 20 degrees in temperature from where I could see my breath to all of a sudden it wasn't just warm, it was toasty warm. And then they came up and did like temperature checks after that. So it's like, yeah, the heat was fucking out. You fixed it. And then you came up and tried to tell me, oh, it was never out because we just aimed a thermometer at the wall and it's within acceptable because it said 12 degrees, which, by the way, not up to code. But yeah, don't think I don't know what the fuck you did. Like, yes, this is the dumbest book I think we have. You're 70 today in Atlanta. Itchy. Still hoping for one last chug for the evening. Or a duck. A duck would also be nice. By the way, Alabama, right, Deacon? Sorry. I'm I'm blaming the wine for my forgetting that Alabama is Alabama AL or what? I thought it was AB. No, it's Alabama. I'm sorry. Yeah, we will be stopping at quarter to midnight and doing the therapist countdown video wherever we are. We're almost at page count, actually, which I never in a million years thought we were going to get here. We have 3 days before it hits me. That's the the next 3 days off snow and crazy weather. It's coming my way, yeah. Oh, ATL is Atlanta? Okay. Well, it wasn't too bad. I genuinely thought that Alabama was abbreviated AB. Not that I know all the state abbreviations. I had to learn them for a job once, but that was like 2 years ago, so I don't remember them all. He headed towards the fireplace, stopped with his back to me, and put his hands on the wall over the mantel, leaning on it heavily. Time was passing, and he stood there, utterly quiet. If not for the fact he was keeping me there against my will, I would probably have felt pricks of conscience by now and would have started apologizing profusely. But in my circumstances, I couldn't help feeling only anger. Well, yeah, you've just been informed that you've been drugged for the last 2 days. You're naked, and some guy is barking orders and saying you will comply or I will force you. I would be looking for something to literally stab him in the back with. You're so disobedient, Laura. I have difficulty believing you're not Italian. Okay, again, I feel like I'm gonna have to say this frequently. I might make a banner. You kidnapped her, you fucking ass. So expecting her to be, shall we say, compliant, you're a moron. Yeah, Deacon, I'm with you. That is definitely up there in the plans. Yep. 100%. He turned back and looked at me, his eyes still blazing. I decided to keep quiet, hoping to learn what I was doing here and how much longer this whole business would take. This is not how anybody responds to this situation. The door opened and the same young man who had brought me here entered. Don Massimo, he stammered. The man in black shot him a warning glance, making his subordinate freeze. Then he walked over to the young man and stopped only a few inches short of touching him. He needed to bend down, being a lot taller than the second man, at least a few inches. The conversation was in Italian. The youngster spoke, and my captor stood perfectly still and listened. He replied with a single utterance, and the other man disappeared, closing the door behind him. The man in black paced the room for a while and then left for the balcony. He leaned over the railing and started to repeat some phrase in a soft whisper. Don. I recalled people referring this way to Marlon Brando in The Godfather, but he was the head of a mafia family. Suddenly it all came together. The bodyguards, the cars with black windows, that enormous house, the terrifying imperiousness. I had thought the Casa Nostra a figment of Francis Ford Coppola's imagination, but here I was in the middle of the real thing. I'm sorry, you thought Francis Ford Coppola invented the concept of the mob? Okay, if Anastasia Steele was too stupid to exist, this woman's dumber. Massimo, quietly. Is that what I'm supposed to call you? Or Dawn? The man turned around and walked back to me with a confident stride. The whir of the thoughts in my head made me gasp for air. The fear was paralyzing. So you think you understand now? He asked, reclining on the sofa. No? I think now I know what your name is. He smirked slightly, growing a bit more relaxed. I imagine you'd like some kind of explanation. Nevertheless, I don't know how you react to what I'm going to say. Better have a drink first? I think that's the last thing she fucking needs. He stood up and poured us 2 glasses of champagne. The amount of drinking in this book. He took one and passed it to me, then sipped from the other one before taking his seat on the sofa. A few years ago, I had let's call it an accident. I was shot. If I called it that he's shot in the head and he's fucking nuts, I swear to God. It's part of the risk you need to accept when you're part of my family. As I lay dying, I saw he trailed off and got up. After walking to the fireplace, he placed the glass down on top of the stone mantel and sighed heavily. What I'm about to tell you will be hard to believe. Before I saw you at the airport, I never hoped to meet you in person. Please, look up at the painting over the fireplace. Does he have if he has some giant ass creepy painting of her, like, it's like the photos that Gray had. He's gonna have some giant creepy painting. I picked this book because I heard it called online Evil 50 Shades and that it was inspired by the 50 Shades series, so I thought it would make a good natural successor. It's 100% blind. I didn't know anything about it. We are where we are, and there's 3 of these, and once I start something, I finish it. So I'm hoping it gets better. This is just the intro. You are correct, but so are the other ones. So far, let's clock in. Is this better or worse than the first 50 Shades? Just the first one, not the whole series. That would be unfair. Didn't he say earlier he had a lot of faceless drawings? Yes, he did. Well, we all know it. Well, then I'm going to have to up my comedy game. And not eat on Saturdays. Till after. My eyes trailed upward to the place he had pointed to. I stiffened. It was a portrait of a woman. With my face. I grabbed my glass and downed it. I would not be drinking or eating anything! The alcoholic bite made me wince, and it had the calming effect I had expected. Okay, so there's roofies in the wine. I reached out for the bottle to pour myself another glass. Meanwhile, Massimo continued. Yeah, because you really want to get fucking tipsy in this situation, having just come out of a minor coma. When my heart stopped, I saw you. After weeks in a coma, I regained consciousness, and my fitness came back sometime later. As soon as I was able to communicate the image I had before my eyes the whole time, I called an artist to paint the woman I saw in my dreams. He painted you. So there's some artist interpretation going on here, too. They're equally bad, we'll see. I remind you, we are only 36 pages into this. And the entire book, while being shorter, I believe, than 50 Shades, I don't actually remember the page count, and, it's long gone. This is 326 pages. Yeah, there's no epilogue, so it's 326 pages. Who feels like it should have been 365 pages just as, like, an in-joke? I mean, seriously, if you're going to get to 326, you could have written 40 more pages. Too early to tell. I'm with Cerebellum. But ducks improve everything. That's my last shout out because we're nearly done, so we still have random and painted ducks available, and you can make me chug one. That is the last thing. Handcuffs are off the table now because it's too late, but ducks and wine still available. And that's my last shout out. Hey, I remembered all three. That couldn't be disputed. It was me in the painting. But how is that possible? I looked for you everywhere. Well, that might be a bit of an overstatement. Yeah, he did nothing. She could have spaced out the text messages. Yes! Have we ever thought of trying a good book? I actually have thought of like maybe on Wednesdays doing the good erotica book club where I actually read stuff that is good, just to counterbalance. Don't worry, Nightwolf. I'm hoping it gets better. Ryan, if you were asking sarcastically, that's okay. We know you're new. You'll get the hang of it. Trust me. Better. Yeah, we could do. I don't know. I've been toying with the idea of doing the good books like once a week as well for a while. I just don't know. It's a big commitment, and I'm not sure what we would start with because like the definition of good on romantic books is so subjective. Like these we can call bad because they're kind of well known for that. But what are we defining as a good? Is it Anne Rice under a pseudonym doing the Dark Sleeping Beauty series? Is it one of my favorite authors, Amanda Quick, who writes Regency? We don't judge the chat, only the writers. This is true. I like Amanda Quick's Regency novels, though I don't know if other people would call them good. Or there's an actual vampire series that I like called the Black Dagger Brotherhood. I think they're extremely good. I'm way behind on them. I don't even know how many have come out because I kind of broke off reading them a few years ago, but I have a couple I haven't read yet. I should get back into those. God knows if I can remember all the characters. Jesus. Yeah, the Black Dagger Brotherhood could actually make a good romance series because it's romance, but it's a lot of other things. It doesn't just rely on like romance and sex and erotica. It's a lot of other things as well. Game of Thrones, I don't think those meet the erotica standard, but I did hear in Game of Thrones though, like there is a lot more sex in the books, even though the shows early on had a lot of sex. Books that are movies, a lot of time the books are better. Yeah, absolutely true. Because it's got to be a very hard thing, even adapting any book. Because in a book you can write whatever you want, but in movies you're kind of limited by what you can show on screen, and that's why for a long time nobody thought they could do Lord of the Rings movies because it was too much. They were too long, they were too complicated, they were too fantastical. So nobody could do a good adaptation because there was just too much to it. No, it doesn't have to be half porn. But it does have to fit within the romance erotica genre in general. It doesn't have to only be that, it can also be other things. I'm leaning towards the Black Dagger Brotherhood now, though I'm realizing I may not actually have the first book anymore because I have bought the first book in the Black Dagger Brotherhood series no less than 5 times because every time I lend it to someone I never get it back. Dexter was books? Was it books before or after the TV show? I never knew Dexter was books. Though it's still, I will give Dexter credit for this much. It has one of my favorite opening scenes of all the not opening scenes. The theme, Yeah, the theme music and the montage that plays with it is one of my favorite of all time because they show him doing normal things, but it comes off as so creepy because you know he's a serial killer and everything is like has that double entendre going on. So I will say the opening credits are quite good. Deep down, I knew someday you'd show up, and here you are. I saw you at the airport leaving the terminal. At first, I wanted to grab you then and there and never let you go again. But that was just too much of a risk. This is not helping calm anyone down. I've heard of the Dark Crystal. They made Deb evil in the books. That's good, because while I like the actress who plays Deb, I always thought she came off. Deb was the sister, right? I always thought she came off as just incredibly stupid in the TV show, and it didn't. For someone who's supposed to be a like successful detective and have a knack for this, the fact that they made her so stupid all the time, I'm like, you realize these things don't go together, right? But since then, my people have been keeping an eye on you. Tortuga, the restaurant you ended up in, is my property. But it wasn't my doing that you went there. It was fate. I'm realizing that I'm never leaving this house alive at this point. When you were inside, I just couldn't resist. I had to talk to you. And then fate intervened again, and you went through that door you shouldn't have. Providence seems to favor me. The hotel you stayed in is also mine, in part. So the guy owns like the whole town, right? That's when I realized where the champagne on our table had come from and why I had felt watched. It took you until now to put that together? I wanted to interrupt the man and shower him with a million questions, but I decided to wait. You must be mine too, Laura. That was it. I snapped. Took 1 second, huh? I'm not anyone's property. I'm not a thing to own. You can't just have me. Kidnap me and count on me just accepting that, I hissed. Princess Jasmine! I know. That's why I'll give you a chance to fall in love with me. And stay with me out of your own volition rather than any compulsion I might impose. I snorted with hysterical laughter, and then slowly and calmly rose from the armchair. Massimo didn't object to that. I walked over to the fireplace, turning my champagne glass in my fingers. I finished the rest and turned to my captor. I would not be getting close to this man unless I was going to smash the glass on the mantel and stab him in the eyes with it. You're kidding, right? I narrowed my eyes, pinning the man with a hateful glare. The guy has already kidnapped you and kept you drugged for several days. I'm not thinking he's kidding. I have a boyfriend who will look for me. Ah, I have a family, friends. I have a life, and I don't need your goddamn chance at love. Girl, are you not picking up what he's putting down? But at least we're addressing that. Yeah. Like, has the boyfriend reported her missing? She's been gone for at least 2 days. Did anyone see her get taken off the street? Maybe not if it was really late and dark, but Massimo walked over to the opposite side of the room. He opened a cabinet and took out 2 envelopes before returning and stopping right next to me. He was close enough for me to smell his scent. An overpowering mix of power, money, and warm, spiced perfume. It made me feel dizzy all over again. What do power and money smell like? He passed me the first envelope, saying, "Before you open it, I'll explain what's inside." Are we going to say he bribe the boyfriend? Did he murder everyone who was with her? I'm flipping a coin. I didn't wait, instead spinning on my heel away from him and ripping the envelope open. Photos spilled to the floor. "Oh my God," I breathed. Then a great sob racked my body as I collapsed to my knees, hiding my face in my hands. My heart cramped and my eyes teared up. The photos showed Martin fucking another woman. They'd been snapped secretly, but there was no doubt they showed my boyfriend. Okay, just because the boyfriend is cheating doesn't mean he's not going to report her being abducted. Yeah, right. Seriously. You would react if somebody you knew got, like, Jesus. I don't care if he is cheating. That doesn't. Laura. Massimo knelt beside me. "I will explain what you're seeing now, so listen, please." And also, did Massimo like set him up to cheat? Did he set a honey trap for the guy? Like, are the pictures even real? Like, they could be AI. You don't know. When I tell you to do something and you decide to do the opposite, it will always end up badly for you. Okay, at least he's being clear. Please understand that and stop fighting me. You've already lost that battle. Dude, she's had 5 minutes. She's had 5 minutes. Like, no, he has no discipline whatsoever. None. Okay, I'm looking for a good place to stop, and there isn't one, because this is yet another book from the Wall of Text Club with no goddamn fucking breaks. There's no breaks. There's no breaks. I'm just gonna pick a random place and stop and switch to the ranking video to wrap up the evening. Fucking gnats. Oh, they're in my wine. No, fuck you. Ew, get out of my wine. Ugh, fucking bugs, man. I raised my teary eyes and looked at him with such uncontrollable hate that he withdrew a bit. I was furious, desperate, ripped into shreds with grief. I didn't care anymore. Wow, that came out of nowhere. You know what? Fuck off and die. I threw the envelope at him and leapt for the door. Still on his knees, Massimo shot out a hand and grabbed my ankle, pulling me towards him. I toppled to the floor again, slamming into it with my back. He didn't mind, instead pulling me across the rug until I found myself directly beneath him, no doubt naked because the robe slid up. Lightning fast, he released my ankle and clasped his hands around my wrists. I thrashed wildly, trying to break free. "Let me go, you fucker," I roared, struggling. Hey, she's capable of struggling! Yay! All right, I'm reading to the end of this paragraph and then switching to the ranking video. He shook me, trying to make me stop fighting, and a gun slipped from beneath his belt. Why do gangsters never wear a holster? What is with that? Because I'm sorry, you're a dumbass if you're tucking a gun into your belt. You're fucking stupid. Why do they think gangsters can't wear a holster? Seriously. I froze, but Massimo didn't seem to care at all. Instead, his eyes kept focused solely on me. Grab the gun and blow his brains out. His eyes clamped around my wrist harder, like vices. I stopped struggling, growing limp. I was helpless. I cried. His cold eyes pierced me with their icy stare. His eyes trailed down my body, half naked now. The bathrobe I had on had rolled upwards, revealing a lot. See, I called it. I know how physics work. Massimo inhaled through his teeth, biting his lower lip. He moved his mouth near mine. I stopped breathing. He was taking in my scent and getting ready to taste me now. Ew! His lips touched my cheek and trailed a line across it. He whispered, I will not do anything without your consent and willingness. He says to the naked woman he has pinned underneath him. I do not think you know what those words mean. Because by the exact premise of you have kidnapped her and are holding her captive, she's not capable of consenting or being willing because you are holding her against her will. Therefore, everything is not willing and not consensual. I feel like we need a refresher course. Yeah, seriously. No street cred might be mistaken for law enforcement if you have a holster. It probably is like half the bullshit reason. It probably fucking is, man. It really probably is half the reason, but I swear it's only in movies. I swear. If you asked real gangsters or former gangsters who would actually talk to you, that did they tuck their gun in their fucking belt or did they wear a holster? I bet real gangsters think this is stupid. I bet you anything they do. I bet you real gangsters would tell you, no, you wear a fucking holster because you don't want to shoot your dick off. Like, there's a scene in Leverage in The Miracle Job. It's like episode 4, season 1, where Elliot is talking to literal gangbangers, and one of them, you know what, has a gun down the front of his pants. What does he do? He grabs the handle of the gun, takes the safety off, and is now aiming it at the guy's dick. So what do you believe? This guy becomes real compliant real fast. But that is why you don't wear your gun in your pants. One of my favorite scenes. Yes, I do not consent to my kidnapping. That's going to be the line of the book. And how do you pack heat with saggy drawers? Yes. I will not do anything without your consent and willingness, even if I think I already have it. I'll wait for you to want me, to need me, and come to me out of your own will, which doesn't mean that I don't want to enter you deep and stifle your screams with my tongue. That's where I'm drawing a line. And switching topics. Misfires happen. Yes, also that. Yeah, what if the gun just goes and you and like seriously. It's just a really stupid way to wear your gun. So, also, are we supposed to believe that what boyfriend's never going to report her missing because he's cheating, and he'll be like, oh, good riddance, never mind, she disappeared in a foreign country on vacation when I was with her. I'll just return to the States or wherever, we don't actually know where they left from, without her, and nobody will notice. What, her family? How about the other two people who were traveling with them? So hopefully there's a better explanation on supposedly why nobody is looking for this woman. Because I think that was what he was implying, was like, you know, or I don't know if he just had those pictures made to be like, see, he doesn't really love you. Transfer your feelings onto me. Because also keep in mind, he said he's had visions of her for 5 years. So he's had 5 years to plan this. So if you have that much time, you can absolutely plan how to psychologically break someone down and make them dependent on you. I mean, really good experts can completely break someone down and erase their personality and replace it within about 48 to 72 hours. It's really not that hard with the right kind of person, and if you're willing to be absolutely ruthless. It's not that fucking hard. He's had 5 years to plan this. So making her feel like she has nobody in the outside world, that nobody is looking for her, nobody cares that she disappeared, etc., could be a very good tactic to prevent her from trying to escape, because you're saying that you're telling her there's nothing out there for you, you have nothing to go back to. Yeah, isolation, Deacon's got it. Exactly. It's isolation 101. Nobody cares about you, nobody is missing you. You're mine and I'll do whatever I want, and that's the end of it, and there's nowhere for you to go. You know, your boyfriend's cheating, he doesn't even love you. So he's not going to look for you. You know, your friends, your family, nobody's looking for you. Yeah, it's quite common. You know, mind games and manipulation. It's what you do if you want to break someone down and make them dependent on you. You know, if you want to psychologically bind them to you, that you are their only source of love or food, basic needs, comfort, security, safety. You make yourself the source of everything. So then they depend on you for everything, and they can't envision anything without you because you become their everything. It's not hard. Okay, so at long last, I finally got everything pulled together to do our ranking video. You had to take a break from a paper you were writing? Alright, so now at long last, as promised, and I know I should have done this last week, but I didn't have time to get everything ready, so now I did. We are going to rank all of the movie and TV therapists that I could think of. There are 16 of them in total. This is not going to take that long because I've already done this in my head. But we talked about a lot of them throughout 50 Shades. A lot of them came up, and called a puppy to say goodnight, frack the book. We're done with the book for tonight. I will. That is why I say when you, and if you start dating someone, if they try to isolate you, run. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's people in my family I wish had listened to that. Extremely so. Okay, so let's start from the top. S is like, you know, you're extra special. We have all the way down to F. My face is blocking, but this is actually an E. Hold on, can I make myself like smaller somehow? I don't know how. Yes, I can. Okay, there. So it's E and F. So let's get going. Let's start with this person. I will bring these up so we can see them. This is the therapist from Lucifer, the TV show. I looked at her name and now I forget it. Damn it. But I have not seen the entire series, but I've seen enough of it. She is actually quite a competent therapist, except for the fact that she sleeps with multiple of her patients. And in fact has a baby with one of them at one point. Now, in terms of therapy good, ethics really not good. She does tend to be effective, but, lady gets done in by the horny quite a few times. Yeah, I know she should rank an F for the sleeping with, but we'll put her on E tier for now because there's worse. Your screen went blank. That is just you, Ryan. Your screen should not be blank. You should be seeing a screen with lots of pictures and a black thing. It just got to something actually new. Maybe refresh your screen. Yes, yeah, we have a picture of. Do you know the name of the therapist from Lucifer? Do you remember? Because I don't remember. Am I on your list? I know better than you want to expect. I am still your friend. Yes, you're still my friend. You're not on my list of therapists. No, you are not on my list of therapists. You're not in a movie or TV show as a therapist, as far as I know. I'm glad you're back, Ryan. Can you see the screen now? We are ranking her at an E. Okay, now we have this woman who is known for many, many, many things. Amenadiel wasn't a patient, just Lucifer. This is fair. Okay, yes, Amenadiel was not a patient technically, but she kind of therapied everybody on the show at one point or another. And she knew Amenadiel, only Lucifer. Lucky I still have to finish statistics. Okay, but this lady, who I think her real name is Mary, but she played a therapist in the first season of United States of Terror, which is one of my all-time favorite shows. And she was a bad therapist. She was quite a bad therapist because her name is Lydia. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds right. But this lady was quite the bad therapist in United States of Terror season 1 because she didn't know what the fuck she was dealing with. For those who don't know, United States of Terror is a show about a woman with multiple personality disorder. It's one of the best displays of the disorder ever put on TV. There are those who bash it. Those people can shut the fuck up because it was very, 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 very well done and terrifically acted by the ever great Toni Collette. If you haven't seen the show, I highly recommend. It holds up, and you'll be surprised who else is in it because a lot of them went on to be very, very big names, and some of them were big names when they were in it. But she is a terrible therapist because we see throughout the first season that she has no fucking clue what she's doing. She doesn't know enough about multiple personalities or DID. She's frequently seen reading books by other people, most of which are garbage, or Googling things. She doesn't know what to do when there's a crisis. She doesn't know how to manage the disorder. But she's a small town therapist just trying to get paid, so she takes on a patient that she's not qualified for, and disastrous results follow. She gets an F for being a genuinely terrible therapist in that event. Maybe she's good with other patients with other disorders, but for United States of Terror, she sucked. So she goes on the F tier. All right. Since we have multiple from Law & Order, let's dig in. First up, we have Dr. Emil Skoda from original Law & Order, early on. And recurring. He showed up in some later scenes. He even showed up in an episode or two of SVU, because they had kind of a rotation of therapists that they used throughout the shows. He would be... Are you not from the States? I don't know who you're talking to. You heard the disorder was debunked? No, it is not. Yeah, Brie Larson is in the United States of Terror, and no, DID has not been debunked. There is a divide among the psych community as to whether it's real or not, but honestly, the ones who don't think it's real are 150 years old and haven't read a new thing since they graduated med school. So fuck those people. It's very real and very much more prevalent than people think, actually. And what they used to think the causes were have all been, that's been disproved, that only like extreme trauma causes it, blah blah blah. It's not true. Extreme trauma can cause it, but it also can occur naturally. Some people are just born that way. But they're just figuring out a lot about it. But it's still very, very, very real. And if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm scratching my leg because I have hives and it sucks. It is still real. Very much so. So back to the guy from Law and Order. He appeared in maybe 50 or so episodes. BD Wong is better. He's on my list. We're getting there, Ryan. I promise we're getting there because he rocks. I love him. For many reasons, I love him. But the character of Dr. Skoda was always a little old school. He always seemed a little behind the times, and he didn't seem to... He never really seemed to figure out that he's working within the law and the legal system, and he needed to adapt for that, and there are times he didn't, and people suffered for it. He did seem to know his facts, but, you know, he was often a little outdated and didn't seem to get what his actual purpose was, and so he would go wrong from here and there. Though on the whole, he genuinely tried. He was never a bad guy. He was always a good character. He always meant well, and he often seemed despaired when like the system couldn't handle people with mental illness. You know, but he knew what he was talking about. So I'm putting him at a C. Let's go with a good one. I just put this in for fun. Faye Dunaway from the remake of the Thomas Crown Affair. Because she is Thomas Crown's therapist. We only see her in a few scenes, but she does come off as like she knows him. She's very learned. She knows like what he's up about, what his games are, and what's changing with him. And she kind of calls him out on it and is like, you know, you finally want to grow up, but you've created this world where you're kind of unnecessary in your own life. And now you want to like be committed, you want to be with somebody, but you don't know what to do. And she's like, yeah, I was trying to warn you about this, that like if you keep just this isolationist way you live and like nothing matters, that this is going to catch up with you. And she turns out to be right. So I think even though she's very limited in the movie, she did seem very effective in the few scenes that she is in, and he does seem to genuinely take her advice and like make decisions based off of it. So I'm gonna clock, I don't know, an A or an S is higher tier for me. So I can clock her in at an A for now. We may adjust, but for now we'll clock her in at an A. All right, let's take one of TV's classics, of course, Frasier. Who doesn't know Frasier? And yes, we have his brother Niles as well. We're not directly comparing. We're not saying who's the better therapist, Niles or Frasier. That's not the question. Just how did they do as therapists? Because we saw both of them quite a bit working as therapists. Now, you can argue that Frasier with his radio show maybe wasn't doing therapy, but he kind of was. But was his brother also right that it was like a McDonald's drive-through of therapy? Yeah, a little bit. Though they did like stress multiple times that he like gave people contact info for real therapists or ongoing therapy. And he does go back to actual psychiatry later in the series and actually has proper patients. So we do see that. And the only fault we can give Frasier is that he tends to be too full of himself. He tends to be a little selfish and a little self-centered and arrogant. But now I want scrambled eggs and tossed salads, yes. But he did seem to be generally very good at what he did, and that was often the rivalry between him and his brother. They're both qualified, competent therapists and professionals, and, you know, they had that sibling rivalry, but they just extended it into every part of their lives. But on the whole, he tended to be pretty solid and pretty down to earth. which is sometimes therapists miss that down to earth factor. So I think, you know what, I'm going to move Faye Dunaway to a B because we just don't see enough of her. But so far, I'm putting Fraser Crane at an A because he seemed pretty solid and, you know, like his patients mattered to him. He cared. So let's dive into TV world, where we have he was on Law and Order, but he wasn't a therapist on Law and Order, but he was a therapist in Hannibal, the TV show. Dr. Chilton, whether it's movies or TV, not regarded as a good therapist. As we learned throughout the TV show, he used psychic driving and drugs to convince two different people that they were a serial killer that they were not. He taped his patients without their consent and in violation of the law. He wrote books about them without their consent, violating medical ethics and the law, and lied in those books. In other words, he is the worst, and there's a reason he became the Kenny of the show. And by that, I mean Kenny from South Park. Bacon and cheese omelet. Oh my god. Oh, I could eat a stack of omelets this high right now. I'm so hungry. In other words, Dr. Chilton is the worst because he's evil, narcissistic, greedy, self-serving, and willing to violently manipulate his patients to get the answers he wants. So, oops. Nope, don't move the background. Jesus Christ. No. The picture. He goes right to the bottom with an F. Oh, with red onion. No, don't ruin it. Onion ruins everything. Oh, being called a client by your therapist, that could be, yeah, that can be hard. But it is like the go-to term, as far as I know. Because I guess like patient has kind of fallen out of favor, seems too clinical, you know, or institutional. I kind of get that. Where are we going now? Okay, let's go BD Wong, the absolute unequivocal star therapist of Law and Order. I don't know if he ever appeared in the original series. I don't believe so. I think he started appearing in SVU. He's been in it for over 20 years, though. He's left periodically to go do like Jurassic Park and some other movies, but he always comes back. Thank God they had him drop the fake Chinese accent he was doing in the first episode. Why he was doing that, I don't know. I'm sure it was somebody's bad idea, but thank God they let him drop it. The worst. Okay, if I said the absolute worst, I'm not sure I meant that, but we'll see. And hey, Dr. Chilton definitely got people killed. He made Abel Gideon think he was the Chesapeake Ripper, and he murdered a nurse and at least one other person. So Chilton has a body count too. BD Wong is from Oz. He was in Oz? When was he in Oz? I've seen every single episode of Oz. He was in Oz? Seriously? Like, I know Oz and SVU shared like 80% of their cast. But BD Wong was in Oz? I have no memory of this. It's best therapist. It's not smarts. It's who is most effective as a therapist. I will say, BD Wong on SVU, he kicks butt left and right. He knows everything. He's very smart. I love when he gets fed up, especially the dynamics between him and Stabler were always wonderful. Because they had such a, like, hatred of each other early on, but it turned into, like, begrudging respect. Because he counseled Stabler several times. And Olivia and most of the squad. So he didn't just, like, We didn't just see him like talking with victims or even perpetrators, because he does both. He contributes several times into getting the bad guy to confess. Probably most notably in the episode Scavenger Hunt. There's a few others too, and I can't remember the name of the actor. God damn it! There's an episode where the schizophrenic guy kidnaps a little kid and he says, "Look out the window and see the man in the big white hat, Tate," because he's crazy. And B.D. Wong is instrumental in that. He was the priest! Oh my god, you're right! No, he was the priest. Yes, he was. Oh, how did I forget that? Fuck, you're right. He was. Damn it. I'm sorry I forgot that, but yes, he was the priest. Oh, I forgot all about his character. I remember now. Yes, he was the priest. He was really good at that. Yes. Oh, how did I? Yes. Oh, yes. Damn it. Yes. I didn't remember in the moment. I'm sorry. I haven't seen that in a really long time. Character in SVU had me thinking I could be a forensic psychologist and I didn't spell any of those words correctly. That's okay. We don't count spelling here. God knows I have no right to count anybody's spelling. Jesus Christ, no. But in SVU, he's very effective both with victims, with perpetrators, with the cops, with everybody. We see him testify and he's very effective. He doesn't get rattled. He doesn't let defense attorneys push him around, or prosecutors for that matter. Ray McCutta, that was his name, yes. So for all those reasons and the fact that he has been on that show forever and keeps coming back and we still love him, B.D. Wong becomes the first member of our S-ranked tier. Okay, there, that's better. I'm sorry it's a little small on screen, but I'm doing the best that I can. Okay, we gotta step this up. Okay, this guy, this was the best picture I could find. I couldn't find one from the actual show. He appears in season 2 of United States of Tara. He's the head of the institute that she goes to for a while. And while we only see him in, I think, 1, maybe 2 episodes, it might just be 1, he does seem to know what he's doing. However, he's also a very capitalist person, because we learned that his institute charges $6,000 a day. She's there for a few weeks, and while he does uncover something critical, I'm not going to spoil for anyone who wants to see the show, he is kind of a jerk, and he doesn't seem to provide like any kind of follow-up or ongoing care. So it's really not good to take somebody with a complex mental health disorder and push them for a huge breakthrough, which he does get. And I'm not saying there isn't benefit to that, but he doesn't seem to provide like adequate follow-up or ongoing care, because you can't just have someone make a big breakthrough and then send them back to their life, which seems to be what happens. And he also seems to very much be more about the money than the helping, because he runs a place that's $6,000 a day, and I'm not letting that go. So he's getting a D. Like, I know those places need to make money, but you don't need to be ridiculous about it. We have Betty Buckley, I believe is the actress's actual name. I forget her name, but she's the therapist in the movie Split. And she is in hot contention for being the worst on this list, because she has an attributable body count in that movie, because she has a patient that she knows is in crisis, that she knows is lying to her, that she knows has a history of extreme violence and hurting others. She knows the patient is in crisis, knows they are not rational, that she's being lied to, and she gets like 50 emails from one of the personalities saying, "Help me, help me, help me, help me, help me," and proceeds to do nothing. Now she does, spoilers, she does like get a bad end in the movie because of being stupid, but yeah, she really is just a terrible, terrible, terrible therapist, because if she had realized, well, she knew her patient was in crisis and possibly violent, and she works out that he has kidnapped 3 women and is violent, and then does nothing about it and walks into a bad situation and ends up badly for her, even though she has the ability to save herself and doesn't use it. So she just comes off as being ridiculously naive and stupid for someone who should definitely know better. And could have, like, if she had called for help at any point. Yes. Yeah, she's his shrink in Split only. There's a reason for that. But yeah, she's quite terrible. No, Ryan, you're thinking of Eddie Izzard. I know you're thinking of Eddie Izzard. He wasn't a shrink, though. He was a professor. He wasn't a therapist. He may have taught psychology, but he was not a practicing therapist, I don't believe. And he certainly was never her therapist. So that's why I was going to put him on the list and I didn't for those reasons. But yeah, Betty Buckley from Split is going in the F tier because she has an attributable body count because she could have prevented several murders, didn't do so, knew her patient was in crisis, was violent, and it pretty much worked out that he had kidnapped several people. And instead of calling the authorities, she goes to investigate herself, and that just never ends well. So she is getting an F, and she might be the worst of all time. She is in hot contention for the absolute worst on this list. Then, from the show Hannibal, and I chose this picture for a reason because her character is so tortured, we have Dr. Alana Bloom, who even the showrunners admitted in season 2 they screwed her over. They apologized for one of the plot lines she had to play. But Alana Bloom is the altruistic therapist who wants to see the best in everyone. She's very smart and very capable, but she's overly emotional. And she winds up sleeping with Hannibal at one point while having a thing for Will and lying to Jack repeatedly. So, as a therapist, she kind of sucks. And her personal feelings get in the way. And then in the 3rd season, she's just evil and almost cartoonishly so. So she's well-intentioned, but her emotions get the better of her, and she starts sleeping with someone who's in the midst of being accused of being a serial killer, which is just not good judgment. And she ignores evidence of, like, people's wrongdoings at various times, both Will's and Hannibal's. She ignores blatant evidence she has against both of them at various points. So, come here. Come here. We're almost done, puppy. We're almost done. We're almost done. We're almost done. Yeah, Dr. Phil is not a therapist. No, Dr. Phil is a con artist, and I've always said that about him. So, for that reason, we're putting Dr. Alana Bloom in the E category, because she knows well she just can't help herself. Last but not least from the Law & Order world, Dr. Elizabeth Olivet, who I always liked, though the 80s fashion and hair were not kind to her. She actually is seen early on to be quite a good therapist. She's quite effective. But something happens to her. I don't want to give it away if you haven't seen the show. And she never recovers. And after that, she even says herself that she's not as effective as a therapist. And, like, not that I'm blaming her, but she puts herself in a bad situation. And, it's weird. And later on, there is a comeuppance, sort of, she gets played by somebody, and it kind of calls her license into question. I'm not sure if that was her last appearance on the show. It might have been. So she kind of leaves in disgrace. But she's the person who, like, was good and then, like, got damaged. So I don't want to come down too hard on her because she is highly regarded before that, but she makes some pretty bad mistakes afterwards, so we're also clocking her in at a C. 4 more. All right, let's do Niles. Niles Crane, who on the show has myriad psychological problems of his own, not the least of which is living in his brother's shadow and having a obsessive crush on Daphne for like 10 seasons without making a move. He has like other like neurological psychological tics that we see throughout the show. He's in a horrible marriage. He's the guy who's a good therapist to everybody else, but like he cannot like physician heal themselves. He can't do that because he can't see his own world through his psychiatrist lens. But we're told that he's actually quite effective with other people. And we even see it a few times. He gives very good advice to multiple characters, even to his own detriment multiple times. So he's the most like soft-hearted of any of the characters, arguably. No, look at the puppy, look at the puppy, look at the puppy. Yes, he's so sweet. He's so sweet, he's so sweet, he's so sweet, he's so sweet. He's so sweet, he's so sweet. Oh, yes, he's so sweet. He's so sweet. He's so sweet. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Hi, Persnickety! You're coming in at the end. You missed the whole first 2 chapters. Be glad for that. Characters irredeemable. I'll fill you in later if you want the beat by beat, but so far it's not only really bad, it's like written by like a child about horrific subjects. Our introduction to the kidnapper character was him nearly murdering a flight attendant with his penis. Do I think Niles could handle the Beast or Lucifer? No, absolutely not. He'd be in a padded room. Niles is fragile. Niles is fragile. That's the thing. That's his downfall. Good therapist, but as a person, fragile and lacks insight. So for that, I think we're clocking him at a C because his personal life does get in the way of him being a therapist a few times. So I think we shall also clock him in at a C. All right, we're down to the final few. We have the incomparable Gillian Anderson playing Bedelia de Maurier in Hannibal. She is Hannibal's therapist, and we do see her with one or two, possibly two other patients throughout the series. But the fact that she's Hannibal Lecter's therapist says something. She also says that she retired after an incident with a patient, which we kind of later see. Kind of, sort of, maybe. They kind of had to shoehorn it in, and I wish we had gotten more. But I figure if you got to be Hannibal Lecter's therapist, you got to be pretty darn good. Because he may be a cannibalistic serial killer, but he's a very good therapist. And the fact that he chose her and then refused to be dismissed by her when she retired kind of says something. There's something about her that he likes, and she does give him good advice because, and she calls him out. I like her when she's talking about, like, you know, she calls him out and says, I know you only show me what you want to show me. You're always wearing a mask. You're always wearing a person suit hiding this inner thing. So, and that's in like season 1. That's in like episode 2 or 3. So she's got the read on him real good, real early. Now, granted, she goes kind of nuts later on and participates in several murders and, you know, then lies about it and claims that she was drugged and kidnapped and brainwashed the whole time, which is not true. But she did seem to be effective as a therapist. And hey, she got away with it. Mostly. If you haven't seen the post-end credits scene, I'm not going to spoil it, but she got away with it for a long time, and even Hannibal respected her enough to let her go. Because he could have killed her several times. Kept her alive for a reason. And I think she does appear a couple times in season 3, and her and Will have some interesting discussions. She's clearly very smart and very capable. Now, when you end up, you know, I believe that she could kill if pressed, yes. Yeah, if pressed, I think she's capable of murder to protect herself. But, she's not going to go looking for it. She is incredibly smart, but it's debatable whether it saves her in the end. We'll see. But I am putting her on A rank because, yeah, she pulls the wool over quite a few people's eyes in that show for quite a long time. And she is smart enough to save herself several times. To a point. She clearly knows what she's doing. So now we have the last two. We have Hannibal Lecter from the TV series, not the movies, because in the movies we never actually see him being a therapist, whereas in the show, we see him being a therapist quite a lot. He does seem to be very effective, kind of when he wants to be, because he's a dick to certain patients too. And granted, he does kill one or two of his patients. I'm not counting that as a bad thing. Yes, I know. I know, Ryan. I know. Very particular about the way she tastes. That scene is never not just gonna make me die from the amount of double entendre. It's so good and delivered so fucking deadpan. That's what makes it good. So Hannibal Lecter, as a psychiatrist, I am not judging him for being a serial killer, okay? I am not ranking serial killers right now. And it's the biggest interaction are probably between him and Margot, and I love when he tells her exactly what she needs to hear. And you can argue whether he's serious or not, but he tells her, he knows that she wants to kill her brother. She already tried and failed once. And I love when he just blatantly tells her, well, then wait until you can get away with it, or wait until you can have someone else do it for you. Because by now she's worked out she can't go up against her brother directly, because she already tried that and it didn't work. So there is that. But he does seem to be a very good therapist, because he does save a couple of his patients at various times, protects Will quite a lot. Though he does mentally fuck with him the entirety of season 1 to degrees we don't even find out about until later. But as a therapist, very effective when he wants to be, kinda. There's kind of that line. But I also point out this is somebody who winds up working for the FBI for a while and consulting with them, and even after being incarcerated, still is regarded as being so good of a psychiatrist and reading people and obviously having some insight on serial killers that they still consult with him. So I think when you're in jail for multiple murders and the FBI still considers you a valued resource, you got something going on. You're very, very good at what you do. It's just that you also do bad things. For that reason, Hannibal Lecter goes S tier. Like there's ever any doubt. And last but not least, you may wonder, why do I have a picture of Hugh Dancy? Because he's not a therapist in Hannibal. However, this is true, he was cast as Christian Grey's therapist for the movies. They wound up cutting the role after he had signed the contract, but he did sign the contract to play Dr. Flynn in the movies. They cut the role. Hugh Dancy later said he was grateful for that after seeing the movies, and I don't blame him, but that's why he's on the list. So we have Christian Grey's therapist, who in our headcanon is aware that Christian Grey has killed at least 14 people, 12 former subs and 2 other people. And Grey definitely wants to murder 1 or 2 others. He openly said he wanted to murder Hyde. I'm not sure if he said it to Flynn, but pretty close. But Flynn is the therapist who knows that he's abusing and manipulating Anastasia the whole time and does nothing to stop it. He knows what Grey is like. He knows what he does to women. He does nothing to stop it. He does nothing to intervene. And in fact, actually helps Grey to brainwash her by saying, oh, he's just immature. Give him a chance. And she winds up agreeing to marry him after talking to the therapist, who's like, oh, he'll grow up eventually when he's forced to. Which leads to him Gray calling her stupid for getting pregnant and storming off and getting drunk with his ex-mistress. Like, what do we think, puppy? What do we think? So, he's definitely competing with Betty Buckley for being the absolute worst. Oh, good boy, good boy, good boy, good boy, good boy, good boy, good boy. Good boy, good boy, good boy, good boy. He's too young to play Gray's therapist. That might have been part of the problem, yeah, because I always pictured Gray's therapist as being an older guy. But, yeah, the role was cut from the movie, which was kind of an oversight, because it would have helped round out Gray's character a little if we could see, like, a therapist who's like, he has a vulnerable side that he just covers up a lot. And yes, he's an ass, but there's a reason, but we never got that. So, at least in the books, not a good therapist, because he goes to the ball and bids against Gray, knowing it's going to piss him off to the nth degree. So, not good. I haven't seen Sopranos. So that's why whoever you were saying is not on the list. I have not seen Sopranos. A lot of these therapists could be guilty of brainwashing. A lot of them. But Gray's therapist in the books definitely gets an F. Oh, and also, lest we not forget all the bullshit with Layla. The fact that he should not even be treating Layla, that he blatantly violates her medical privacy and confidentiality, that he plays relay between her and Gray, passing on her messages, even though her having continued contact with Gray is the worst thing for her mental health. The fact that he, like Flynn should not have anything to do with Layla. It's straight up conflict of interest. But the fact that he then, perpetuates this twisted relationship between her and Gray, which can only cause her extreme detriment and make her eventually crumble again and probably hurt herself again, probably permanently. And the fact that he thinks 1 week in a psych ward is enough to undo the state that girl was in, and then he sends her across the country to a place she clearly doesn't want to be because she runs away at the first opportunity and back to Gray. Yeah, he's terrible. Billy Crystal, isn't he in Analyze That? I saw that a long time ago. Yeah. Yeah, the delusional stalker girl that's been living on the streets and breaking into Gray's apartment for months, that nearly shoots Anastasia and tries to unalive herself multiple times and is so messed up she's lost her own identity. Yeah, she spends 1 week in a psych ward and then he just sends her across the country home to her parents, and then we hear 3 days later that she's started enrolling in art school, and that Gray is paying for, by the way. He's paying for her continued therapy and art school and everything, and says he'll provide for her for the rest of her life as long as she stays away from him. And that any communiques are to go through his therapist, and then Gray will answer her if he wants to, which is the worst possible thing for her. And any trained therapist would know that. No, none of that is how that works. Absolutely none of that is how that works. We know. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Layla ultimately dies because of him, and that he knows Gray has a body count besides that. So for that reason, we are marking Dr. Flynn from the 50 Shades series as the worst of the worst. So he's going on the F tier at the very end. He is officially the worst of the bunch. This is where our ranking stands. This is where we clocked everybody in. We had more people on the F tier than I planned, but this is where we are. So I hope everybody enjoyed that. I hope everyone, I don't want to say enjoyed the book tonight, but I hope you enjoyed my suffering and making fun of it. There's a lot more of it to make fun of. I'm sure it will continue to be stupid and vacuous and poorly written, but we will trudge on and try to find what we can to enjoy out of it. have fun and enjoy being together and make all of the jokes. And I have a feeling I'm going to get nastier with the jokes because I feel like it deserves it. That said, we are going to call it a night. It is midnight for me and for a few other of you as well. So I will see everybody next week. Thank you, everyone who was here. Thank you, everyone who supported. We didn't get any new ducks, which is sad. Maybe next week we'll get ducks. More ducks would be nice. We only got 10. I would love to see the stage filled for Christmas. We got one more before Christmas, so let's see what we can do. I have not seen Glass yet. I'm kind of saving it for a rainy day. Sarah Paulson's in Glass. Now I have to watch that. Don't spoil it. But good night, everybody. Have a good rest of your weekend. Love your fur babies. Same time next week. Come back and help me through the rest of this book. Consider sponsoring a duck, but until then, take care of you, take care of your fur babies, love on yourself, and have happy holidays, everybody. Go big, enjoy yourself, have fun. 'Tis the season. Bye-bye.